President Bullicus, live stream is now in progress. You may start the meeting.
Good evening and welcome to the June 23rd, 2021 special board meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District. The meeting is now in session and the time is now 4:08 p.m. Due to the nature of the COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with the Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-2920, issued on March 17, 2020, the board members have the option to attend the meeting and take action on any item telephonically. The boardroom is open to the public per CDPH and CalOSD guidelines. Fully COVID-19 vaccinated staff and members of the public will not be required to wear a mask when indoors at the district office. Any individual who's not fully vaccinated, defined as 2 weeks after the last vaccination shot, will be required to wear a mask while indoors. By entering these premises without a mask, you are attesting that you are fully vaccinated with a COVID-19 vaccine. The public is allowed to participate in this board meeting telephonically. Prior to this meeting, the district posted a link for you to register to call in if you wish to address the board on any agenda item this evening. Mrs. Hayes, please call the roll.
Trustee Bronstein.
Here.
Trustee Bullicus.
Here.
Trustee Castellanos.
Here.
Trustee Davis.
Here.
Trustee Hanachek, let the record show Trustee Hanachek is absent for this portion of the meeting. Trustee Jones.
Here.
Trustee McNicholas.
Here. Before the board recesses to close session, we don't have any speaker cards. Mrs. Hayes, is this for, I'm showing you something. The open session? Okay. Okay. Seeing no speakers, we will now recess to close session to address the following agenda item. Public employment and evaluation of performance, superintendent. We will now recess to close session.
President Bullicus, live stream is now in progress. You may turn on your mic and start the meeting.
Good evening and welcome to the June 23rd, 2021 special meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District. The meeting is now in session and the time is 5:54 p.m. Due to the nature of the COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-2920, issued on March 17, 2020, the board members have the option to attend the meeting and take action on any item telephonically. The boardroom is open to the public per CDPH and Cal OSHA guidelines. Fully COVID-19 vaccinated staff and members of the public will not be required to wear a mask when indoors at the district office. Any individual who is not fully vaccinated, defined as 2 weeks after the last vaccination shot, will be required to wear a mask while indoors. By entering these premises without a mask, you are attesting that you are fully vaccinated with the COVID-19 vaccine. The public is allowed to participate in the board meeting telephonically. Prior to this meeting, the district posted a link for you to register to call in if you wish to address the board on any agenda item this evening. As a reminder, Board Policy 1313, Civility Policy, promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district employees, parents, and public. Any individual who disrupts or threatens to disrupt school office operations, uses obscenities, or speaks in a demanding, loud, insulting, and/or demeaning manner will be directed to leave the school property or the district property. If there's a disruption to tonight's meeting, including heckling, shouting out, and any other similar behavior, there's a deputy and added security in attendance, and you may be asked to leave or to be subject to removal. Warnings will be issued by the preceding board officer, and the gavel will be used in order to support controlling the crowd. After a first and second warning, if behavior continues, the presiding officer will adjourn the board and have security clear the room. Once the boardroom is cleared, the board may return and continue board business. Non-disruptors may participate outside of the building and can speak to agenda items using the outside microphone. Please note, if we have any students registered to speak this evening on any agenda item, we will take them first at the start of each item. As a reminder, we are having 2 meetings tonight, the board workshop, which will begin at 6 p.m. following this meeting. We will be having to recess at 6 p.m. in just roughly 4 minutes to open the workshop due to timing. And then we will return to the open session for the agenda item. Mrs. Hayes, could you please call the roll?
Trustee Bronstein.
Here.
Trustee Bullicus.
Here.
Trustee Castellanos.
Here.
Trustee Davis.
Here.
Trustee Hanachek.
Here.
Trustee Jones.
Here.
Trustee McNicholas.
Here.
To open the meeting, it is time for the Pledge of Allegiance. May I ask Principal Ms. Suston from Capo Valley High School to lead us?
Right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. May I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion moved by Trustee Jones, Trustee McNicholas, and seconded by Trustee Hanachek. Ms. Hayes, could you please take the roll?
Trustee Bronstein.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0 to adopt tonight's agenda.
Mrs. Hayes, could you please give a report out on closed session?
The report from closed session at this time is no reportable action.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is a trustee request for resolution number 2021-53, a request to the California Department of Public Health for the expeditious revision of face covering guidance for schools and school-based programs. Before Trustee Davis begins presenting her item, just a quick reminder or clarification for board members and the audience. This item is a resolution that, if passed, will be sent to state and local officials. The board is not voting to remove or to continue the mask mandate in CUSD. Mrs. Hayes, do we have speakers on this? Is this 6? Okay, and do we have any students
We
wanting
do,
to speak?
we do have student speakers. I believe we have one student with us, possibly 2.
Okay, I see it's now 6 o'clock, and I believe we need to recess this, and we'll come back to the speakers to open up the workshop.
Yep, so if the board can please vote to recess the meeting, we'll recess this meeting and open the workshop.
I'd like to suggest that we ask the speakers if they would be willing to let us go ahead and vote on this and dispense with it. Because otherwise we're going to be coming back in probably an hour and a half to it. And I don't know if people really want to stay.
Procedurally, that doesn't work. We should always listen to our speakers, and that might form our opinions and deliberate and do it that way.
Question on procedure. When you say we're going to recess from this meeting and go to our workshop and then complete the workshop and then come
No.
back to this?
No,
Then we're good.
we're gonna
Please
recess.
clarify.
We're gonna recess this meeting. We're gonna recess this meeting in order to open the other meeting, recess the other meeting, and then come back to this meeting, just so that we're following the Brown Act.
I move to recess this meeting.
Second.
Okay, moved by Trustee McNicholas and seconded by Trustee Davis.
All those in favors, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion carries 7-0 to recess the special meeting.
Now we're gonna open the other meeting.
And the time is 6 p.m.
So the board workshop is now open.
Need to do the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You need a motion to close the workshop?
You need to adopt the agenda
Or
first.
adopt the agenda? I move to adoption of the agenda.
Second.
A motion carried by Trustee Hanachek and seconded by Trustee Jones.
Trustee Bronstein.
Aye.
Trustee Bilikus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0 by roll call vote to adopt the agenda for the board workshop.
Move to recess the workshop.
I second.
Moved by Trustee Davis, Trustee Jones, and seconded by Trustee Hanachek.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries 7-0 to recess the board workshop and return to the open session meeting.
You just have to call to order the special meeting, and then you can begin.
Okay, so meeting called to order for the special meeting, and we are going to start with speakers on the discussion action item of the resolution. And the student is Gavin Thaxton.
Question, Madam President, don't we usually hear the presentation first and then go to speakers? So if the,
Is there a presentation? Trustee, okay, Trustee Davis.
I'm sorry,
Minute, buddy.
Trustee Davis.
Masking students in school for disease that has minimal risk for them blatantly disregards the available clinical data Teachers, staff, and administrators can be fully vaccinated by the fall. There is no reason for continued masking of students. The American Institute of Economic Research reported that over 25 studies have been conducted showing the efficacy of masks to be low. They reported that the scientific evidence in total suggests masks, surgical and cloth masks, as currently used as ineffective in reducing transmission. Even if we tried to tease out minimal help and say they may help a little, these COVID-19 masks are largely ineffective. In many reports, conclusively so. As an example, a very recent publication stated that face masks become consequential and do not function after 20 minutes due to saturation. During April to October 2020 in the US, emergency room visits linked to mental health problems, i.e. anxiety for children ages 5 to 11, increased by nearly 25% and increased by 31% for those aged 12 to 17 years old as compared to the same period in 2019. During the month of June 2020, 25% of persons aged 18 to 24 in the United States reported suicidal ideations. While some of this may be related to the pandemic, we suggest this is largely a function of our response to the pandemic. In an article on June 22nd, 2021, children are at a very, very low risk of actually getting COVID disease, says Kate O'Brien, the director of the WHO, the World Health Organization. She said the rationale for immunizing children was to stop transmission rather than to protect them from getting sick or dying. O'Brien added it wasn't necessary to vaccinate children before sending them back to school safely. Immunization of children in order to send them back to school is not the prominent requirement for them to go back to school safely, O'Brien said. They can go back to school safely if what we're doing is immunizing those who are around them who are at risk. The CDC's own February 2021 report, Double Mask Study, reported that masking may impede breathing, which can trigger a variety of other problems, including acute anxiety attacks in individuals. These harms are even more likely to occur to children, particularly smaller children. All teachers, staff, administrators, district nurses, paraprofessionals, all who work in CUSD, and all community members have had the opportunity to be vaccinated. The World Health Organization and the CDC are pointing to evidence that students do not need to wear a mask or be vaccinated in order to attend public schools. According to the WHO website, there is not yet enough evidence on the use of vaccines against COVID-19 in children to make recommendations for children to be vaccinated against COVID-19. Children and adolescents tend to have milder disease compared to adults. Dr. Kate O'Brien, a pediatrician and director of the WHO's vaccination department, said, children should not be a focus of COVID immunization programs, even as increasing numbers of wealthy countries authorize the shots for teens and children. Kim Witzkas, a FDA consumer representative, expressed great concerns over the premature approval of COVID vaccines for children. Witzkas said data shows children are neither in danger or dangerous, and the growing evidence of harm caused by COVID vaccines should not be ignored. According to the latest data from VAERS, there have been 1,117 cases of myocarditis and pericarditis, the heart inflammation, in all age groups in the US following COVID vaccinations between December 14th, 2020 and June 11th, 2021. Of those, 109 reports occurred in children 2 to 12 years old, with 108 attributed to Pfizer. That's 10%, which is a fraction of those that have had the vaccination overall. And we know children are not a large percent of those that have been vaccinated. Children are still developing. Their brains are not fully developed until the age of 25. For the well-being of the majority of children, we need to allow masks to be optional. The quote directly from the WHO's latest press release, children and adolescents tend to have milder disease compared to adults. So unless they are part of a group at higher risk of severe COVID-19, it is less urgent to vaccinate them than older people, those with chronic health conditions and health workers. More evidence is needed on the use of the different COVID-19 vaccines in children to be able to make general recommendations on vaccinating children against COVID-19. And that's from the Defender Children's Health Defense. The World Health Organization, the WHO's latest guidance clarifying who should get the COVID vaccine states, children should not be vaccinated for the moment. I also have the report. I'm not sure if this could be pulled up. Thank you. And this, each trustee has it as well. The number of coronavirus diseases in 2019, deaths in the United States as of June 9th, 2021 by age. And you can see the data shows that in 0 to 17-year-olds, there's 314, which is less than a typical flu year. And it goes through each category. 85 and older being, of course, the highest, going down significantly directly all the way down. In the second slide, are face coverings necessary within the current context of COVID-19 and the data we now have? Masks have not been proven effective to reduce spread, but recent studies have shown infruitable evidence of medical and psychological harm in children. Children are not vectors to rapidly spread the virus despite original hypothesis. Data now shows conclusively that children are not vulnerable to COVID-19 and not at risk beyond the typical seasonal flu numbers. Multiple vaccines are now available for adults as of April 2021. Along with a healthy lifestyle, there are proven prevention strategies that have been identified: vitamin D, C, zinc, quercetin, and more. Outpatient treatments have been studied and show great progress. Current community case numbers have dramatically decreased to pre-pandemic levels. The WHO guidelines for children and masks states the decision to use masks should consider the potential impact of wearing a mask on learning and psychological development in consultation with teachers, parents, caregivers, and medical providers. Other states across the country are removing masks from children. And I strongly encourage each trustee to support this resolution, and we can pass it and move it along.
Thank you, Trustee Davis. And now we'll proceed to the blue cards. We have 6 speakers with 3 minutes each. That's a total of 18 minutes. We will hear them for their full time. So let us go back, and thank you for your patience. Let's start with Gavin Thaxton.
My name is Gavin Thaxton. I am 11 years old. I have attended Bathgate since kindergarten and will be a 6th grader at Newhart in the fall. Last week, my mom spoke about the dangers of MSC, an inflammatory syndrome that result in COVID in children and causes organ failure. I know about this because it happened to me. It makes me sad that the people I look up to at my school district believe that COVID is not dangerous to kids. Maybe you truly don't know. Maybe it would help if I told you what it felt like to be sick in the hospital with this. My stomach pain was so bad I could barely move. I couldn't eat or keep anything down. I was too weak to walk, and if I got up, I would feel nauseous. My insides felt like they were on fire. I had a hard time breathing and staying calm. I had 2 IV needles in my arm, heart monitors on my chest, and oxygen on my nose. I had to endure 4 blood draws a day and 2 injections of blood thinners in my stomach daily. The steroids made me depressed and angry. I was not allowed to leave the hospital room for 2 weeks. My parents took turns sleeping in the room with me. It was hard to sleep because of the constant beeping of the monitors. I had surgery removing my appendix before they figured out it was Miss C. But most of all, I was scared that I might not live, scared that I would never get to come home and see my brother, grandparents, or friends again. Tomorrow I'll have a cardio stress test to see if there are any permanent damage to my heart. I still have joint pains in my legs and ankles. I don't have the same energy level that I used to. Due to heart inflammation, I'm still not allowed to play sports. I hope after hearing my story, you will reconsider the dangers of unmasking before me and my friends can be vaccinated. I honestly don't mind wearing a mask at school because I know I'm protecting my friends from COVID and Missy. Thank you.
Thank you, Gavin, and we're glad you're here with us today, and thank you for sharing that. We will keep you in our thoughts and our prayers for your test tomorrow. The next speaker, do we have any calling in or on Zoom? Okay, as a part of our policy, we are taking students first. And then because anyone calling in or using Zoom had to register first, we are taking those callers next. So we will get back to you, Brooke. The next person is Tracy Rennes.
Tracy Rhiness.
Rennes, thank you. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you for allowing me to speak. I have 3 young children at Riley Elementary, and one actually has a heart problem. So for all parents who have seen their children go through what that young man just spoke about, my heart goes out to you. However, regardless of that, I am in favor of making masks optional. I do believe in some of the things that I'm going to say, and I hope you will consider them as you go to write your resolution here. I believe we need to stop depriving our kids of the choice to breathe fresh air. We've been able to see so much this past year, and Trustee Davis did a phenomenal job in presenting that information. And I believe, and a lot of people believe, that we have now arrived at that point where it is okay and safe not to wear one, or at least be able to choose it. We can still have a safe and healthy community, but we shouldn't give masks the credit for that. We can't credit something that says explicitly on the box that it doesn't protect against what we're trying to protect against. Let's give credit and think about including some of the non-invasive measures that we have been doing as a community and as a school. Washing hands more frequently, cleaning the classrooms, and how about the massive leniency on sick days? As parents, we're all guilty of sending our children to school sick. We've all done it. And maybe not intentionally, maybe we thought it was just going to be a fever for a small earache, but the fact that there's leniency now and nobody's sending sick kids into the classroom, we've all benefited from that as a community, probably more so than a mask or a dirty piece of cloth. So now we've reached that point, that critical point where these masks are doing more harm than good. You got to look at the long term. Is the end justifying the means? We've got emotional, physical, psychological damage, and it's not worth it. So it's time to advocate for the parents to make this call and make it optional. Let those who want to continue to wear it, wear it. You know, I do want to address something because I've been listening to the past couple of meetings as well. And there were some statements from this group at the last meeting that really bothered me. They were, I can't make that decision. I have enough to do to keep kids safe. I have a job to do, and it's not in petitioning the CDPH. It's not my place to make these decisions. All of those kind of bothered me. But I am proud that we are here today and that you have moved forward to try and resolve this and put this forward. I know you all make calls and votes and decisions on a ton of things that you are not experts on. You know, there's contracts, there's bids, there's landscape, there's this elevator, who do we pay for this? And if you're coming to this to fight for the community, that's great, because you're not hiding behind those statements that were previously made. You're here to advocate for your community. We have a fabulous community.
Ms. Wright,
And
thank you for your time.
Thank
We
you.
now need to move on to the next speaker. The next speaker is Clayton Rhinus.
Yeah, this is Clayton Rhiness. I have 3 kids at Riley, so I think you just heard some of that from my wife Tracy there. Just to add on to previous messages here and my personal thoughts, I think fundamentally there's a problem with risk, and I think a lot of our parents here We really do not consent to this board or the CDPH making risk-based decisions for our children. That's really up to the parents and up to the guardians of those children to make those decisions. And again, we ask that the board put forth a measure to allow us to have that choice. I understand there's legal reasons. You're bound to follow guidelines established by the CDPH. But quite frankly, you have a mandate, clear mandate from parents that we demand the choice. If you need legal remedies from the CDPH or otherwise, our expectation is that you seek those remedies for us. We will rally around you for this cause and this issue. I've seen for the past 15 months board meetings where there seems to be a fighting amongst the board members and the parents on why do we have to convince the board of what we want? We know what we want. We will back you. Go to bat for us, make this happen. If you need to ruffle some legal feathers, that's our expectation. It's okay, we can back you up on that. Well, they're going to pull funding for the school. I doubt they'll have thousands of parents descending upon that, and that will not happen. We need this mask mandate removed. Make it optional. It's reasonable. Florida has been wide open for over a year. People pack on South Beach and in nightclubs. There's no transmission greater than what we have here in California. There's no need for a more stringent guideline in the classroom than we have at Home Depot. Thank you.
The next speaker is Luca.
Good evening. Thank you for all that this board has done and gone through this year, from late meetings to yelling parents. But this resolution, let's call it what it is. It's a facade to please some parents in our district who do not understand that the school board cannot make a decision on whether or not kids should be wearing masks. It's not going to change the state mandate, but what it will do, it will make this board and the school district look ridiculous. Let's look at the resolution. Students and families have reported an increase in rashes, eye infection, headaches, asthmatic symptom, anxiety related to wearing masks. How many students? 1, 2, 100? Was there a study done? As you know, California does have allergy seasons from January to July. Number 2, students who are 12 years of age or older have the option with parent permission to be vaccinated, while those younger than 12 may be taught in stable cohorts. Is the district going to have cohorts again for elementary? 11-year-olds are 6th grades in middle schools, and they did not do cohorts during COVID. Was this discussed? How exactly is this going to be planned out? And number 3, many CUSD parents and students have expressed their strong desire for school masking requirements to be lifted. The word many implies a lot. I do not see how the board can say that without having a factual number. Is the board relying on alternative facts? I agree, the waiting is absurd, and we need to know what's happening in the fall now. But this resolution is just ridiculously silly. Thank you so much for your time.
The next speaker is Stephanie Tarzia.
Hi, thank you for giving us the opportunity to participate remotely in board meetings, and I hope this ability to participate with blue cards via Zoom will continue next year because it's very helpful to hear more voices. Good evening to Superintendent Vital-Baruti, staff, and trustees. The resolution presentation that I listened to at our previous board meeting and this evening is quite alarming as a member or as a parent in this district for several reasons. One being hearing the presentation this evening, it included a lot of non-mask related language and had quite a bit of anti-vaccination message in it. And that's concerning because I don't feel that these things are a reflection of our entire community. It also states a lot of medical information that come across as facts And, you know, we can all, as, you know, some trustees stated, there's a lot of different studies that you can find, and you can find, you know, one study that says one thing very clearly and another opposing studies. So those are things, you know, to just cherry pick ones that support your perspective can be very confusing to the public. Another thing that was, you know, surprising to me in hearing, and I felt compelled to speak out at the last board meeting, was when it was communicated by a trustee that this could be presented on behalf of people within the district. And I just think something like that would be irresponsible. We've already, as Orange County Department of Ed, had a very, you know, it made national headlines of what our Department of Ed. I really wouldn't like our district now to be lumped in with these types of things being communicated, as I think it's best to leave these types of decisions to the experts in their field, just as I wouldn't want other experts telling our board how to do things related to education where they're best trained. So I really hope that our board can take into consideration that this could be making our district look as a spectacle. And as well, you know, many large organizations such as PTA has very strong guidelines for when they're going to take a position on things. And, you know, I just don't think there's enough that's been done to have an understanding of where, as an entire district, we stand on this. And so I would agree with the other speaker when they say that this would be appeasing certain individuals within our district. So another thing, just speaking to choice, I think it's a good thing to always think about when we're talking about choice, that sometimes our choices affect other people. And we have to think about.
Thank you, Ms. Tarzia. Your time is up. We need to go on to the next speaker. That brings us back to Brooke Thaxton. Brooke, thank you for waiting.
My name is Brooke Thaxton and Gavin is my son. Earlier, you heard what it felt like to be sick with multi-system inflammatory syndrome in children, otherwise known as MIS-C. Maybe that was enough to make you reconsider your belief that masking is unnecessary. Or maybe you need to hear what it's like to be the parent of a child sick with this. Last week, I heard so many disheartening comments from parents and trustees. Things like, and I quote, "COVID poses virtually no danger to our children. Yet over 4,000 kids have had to fight for their life due to MIS-C, which is because of COVID, some of which never made it home from the hospital. And 1 in 3 have suffered irreversible heart damage. I heard masking is hard. Can you imagine looking at your child who hasn't seen the sunshine in 2 weeks, lifeless and desperate in a hospital bed, as he asks you with tears in his eyes if he's going to survive? And you truly don't know the answer to that question. Let me tell you, that's hard. I heard masking will be optional. Maybe you're curious how we got COVID in the first place. My husband was masked and following social distance protocol at work, but one of his coworkers was not. As we know, masking is meant to protect each other. Optional masking amongst an unvaccinated population of school children is rolling the dice, a deadly game of roulette. How can a group of people who claim to put the health and well-being of our children first go against the California Department of Public Health and petition to remove the mask mandate before our kids are even eligible to be vaccinated? Yes, the transmission rate of COVID in school was low last year, but that's largely because you followed the protocol that they set out, protocol like masking and social distancing. We need to stay the course. It's likely kids 12 and under will be eligible for vaccines in September or October. I know this because I actually speak to the doctors who are doing the studies. We're talking about 2 months next fall. It's your job to protect our kids, and also your job to speak on behalf of the parents and children in the district. You certainly listen to those that want the mask removed, but have you asked the rest of us? If you're going to speak on behalf of the parents, then poll the parents, all of us, not just the ones who believe, and I quote, "Masking is theater." Thank you.
Thank you. Trustees, we'll now open up for any questions or comments. Trustee Henachek.
Thank you, President Bolikus. And I want to thank those that emailed their variety of questions, concerns, and opinions on this topic. Reading many of these, I think it's incumbent on this board to clarify the capacity of this resolution. As Trustee Davis notes in the second whereas, California school districts are required to follow best practices as defined by the CDPH guidelines. In other words, school districts have no jurisdiction over CDPH. So even though this is a symbolic gesture, I have concerns when a communication from this board or district uses words or phrases like many CUSD parents and students and gives voice to the desires expressed by many district families and students. Is this really best practice for this board to send out a public communication that appears to elevate one group over another? Is the board opening itself up to accusations of discriminatory actions? Should we collectively be taking sides, sending a resolution that, although symbolic, appears to elevate one voice over another, and thus could marginalize or have a deleterious effect on others? How individual board members communicate is their purview. But in my experience, we as a collective board have never engaged in any type of selective advocacy.
Trustee McNicholas.
I have a couple things to say, but I'm going to disagree with Trustee Hanachek. We have several times passed resolutions that have had divided support among our constituents, including cultural proficiency, including toll roads, including comprehensive sexual education. So the fact that we have a divided constituency is nothing new to us. We do still have to take the health and safety of our students to be their education first, their health and safety as well. So I disagree with that part of your statement. As far as any of the medical references, either in things that people have sent us, and I've tried to read everything, or at least click the link on everything people have sent to us, including the ones that Trustee Davis mentioned. And I can find one to support either side from very reputable sources, whether it's New England Journal of Medicine, the WHO, the CDC, UC San Francisco. I mean, I could find either side. That's one of the reasons why, and thank you, Trustee Davis, for letting me help rewrite this from last time. There are no medical references in our resolution, because to do so would be one side or the other, and you could find something for both. What I do think we have a responsibility to do is push the CDPH to revise its guidance. Whether, and there's nothing in here that says, yes, vaccine, no vaccine. This is just urging the CDPH. And they have access to all of the medical studies that we have. I'm sure people are sending it to them all the time. But I do think it is our responsibility to urge the CDPH to revise their guidance on this. That's why we worded it the way we did. Thank you.
Trustee Castellanos.
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you to Gavin and Gavin's mom for coming up here. It takes a lot of courage to tell your story, so I appreciate your time and coming in and sharing with us tonight. I would like to begin by saying that I teach in a mask every day, and I know firsthand all the challenges that come with wearing a mask while trying to teach and learn in school. I'm eager for the day to come when we say goodbye to masks, but I am hopeful that this time will soon happen in August. Changes do happen daily, and I'm hoping that that will happen before we start again. With that said, I would also like to share the heartache suffered in my own class this year due to COVID. 2 of my 5-year-old students lost fathers this year, and the anguish those families suffered is indescribable. The safety guidelines that are in place are here for a reason and exist to keep our children and families safe. It would be difficult for me to sign my name to this resolution demanding CDPH to expedite their research to accommodate the needs or the demands of some parents. I'd also like to discuss the verbiage in the resolution and the use of the word many. I think maybe some would be more appropriate. I have received emails from concerned parents asking me to sign the resolution, but I've also received just as many emails asking me to follow the safety standards that are currently in place. At the end of the day, I'm not an expert in public health, and it's vital that these decisions are made by our healthcare professionals. Like I stated at the beginning, I am hopeful that the change will occur this summer and that students will be able to unmask. But at this time, I don't feel it's my decision to make.
Okay.
Trustee Jones?
Oh, yes. So I do intend to vote for the resolution, but I'm going to ask for an amendment, and that is in the further resolve, the top of the second page, we change expeditiously lift the mask mandate to expeditiously revise the face covering guidance. I don't know what the CDPH or the CDC is going to do. I think they need to do it quickly. It is not fair for parents. It is not fair for our staff. It is not fair for students to be left hanging here well into the summer. We're almost to July. And people need to know, our staff needs to know, parents want to know, teachers want to know. I think that we need to urge them to move on this. So I am proposing that amendment. And otherwise, I'm prepared to vote for this.
Is that a motion to amend?
I'll make that a motion to amend.
I will second that motion.
I have a question for staff. Dr. Merwin can help me out. Are you there? There you are, sorry. Looking at you through reading glasses. On the 11th, whereas it says CUSD relies on immediate CDPH guidance to be able to plan for the 2021-22 school year. From what I understand, first, I've never known this school district to not be planned and ready. From what I understand, we have already worked through, we will be doing our class size reduction, which takes into account any social distancing requirements that are current to date. And of course, once we get the all clear for no masks, that will be it. And folks will hopefully put them in the trash. So can you just kind of give an overview that what it would look like Trustee Castellanos, I do believe the CDPH daily, they are changing and revising, and that is their purview and their wheelhouse, and they are doing that. So when what we have set up already, what would that redirection look like? Whether we stay with the social distancing, if the social distancing changes, we're still good to go with what your plans are. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Trustee Hanachek. We will be prepared either way. We do know we have already seen signals from Cal OSHA about distancing being removed. We are aware that the distance changed from 6 feet to 3 feet, and we're prepared for all, for the 3 feet or to be ready for less footage. We are ready with masks in case masks are required. We are hearing that, as it stated on June 14th, CDPH stated that the change to indoors in K-12 schools be updated. Guidance is forthcoming, so we are waiting and watching every single day so that we will be prepared.
Thank you.
So I do have a motion on the floor. I would like to, if we're going to discuss my motion, we should do that, but I don't think that other discussion is appropriate at this time.
The motion was made and it was seconded by Trustee McNicholas.
So you can have a discussion now after that, based on the motion that was made and seconded, or you can vote. It's up to you.
The discussion now should be only on the amendment, not on the motion as a whole. Not on the resolution as a whole.
At this time, yes, but I do think trustees may not have had a chance to talk about the whole resolution
Right,
before the motion was made.
right.
Right, and there may be other motions for other things later on, but this motion is on the floor.
I'll call the question on this motion, please.
So you want to vote on this amendment only or on the whole resolution?
This amendment only.
Okay. Okay, so you're voting on this amendment to the resolution, not the resolution in whole.
Yes.
I'd like to comment for a second. I just want to say that I will vote for Beulah's motion. And not because I don't think following CDPH guidance is important. I really do think it's important, and I think it's their lane. And I've gone back and forth with this, thinking constantly about this all week. I'm not a public health expert, but as an education advocate, where I get stuck is seeing a very global, inflexible, conservative mask mandate when nowhere else in society right now we have any masking. And I just have a hard, I understand all the issues regarding public health. I don't question CDPH, but I just really want CDPH to look at it and make sure that their decision is based on health and they are weighing in the importance of education and mental health. And I trust that they will make the right decision, but I don't have a problem with us as a school board just reminding them that they should be thinking about kids' education at the same time when they're making the decision over the next 3 weeks. And that's why I would vote yes back to this.
I'd like to make a comment in regards to Gila's adjustment on the wording is, and Trustee Bronstein has said that. Dr. Merwin has mentioned that in weeks ahead, we're supposed to learn some new updates since the June 14th. I can't imagine what's going to change in the next couple of weeks. And CDPH, they're not educators. They don't realize what goes into planning a school district and getting education going. And for parents, in terms of whether they're going to have their children return to the school with face masks or otherwise, and what their choices are, everybody wants to know. So to the point that those trustees have made, we are trying to urge CDPH to get off the stick and make a decision sooner rather than later. And if they've got some kind of major research that they're waiting for results to come in the next 2 weeks or in the weeks ahead, let us know, but we're not hearing that. So I am going to be voting for this amendment to the original resolution. If we're ready to, if there aren't any further comments, we will take the vote now on the amendment to the resolution. Mrs. Hayes?
Trustee Bronstein,
Aye.
trustee Bolkus,
Aye.
trustee Castellanos,
Aye.
trustee Davis,
Aye.
trustee Hanachek,
Nay.
trustee Jones,
Aye.
trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-1 on the amendment to revise the face covering guidance.
And I think just so we have it for the record, the language says revise the face covering guidance for California schools, taking out the words lift the mask mandate.
If we're going to be doing amendments from the dais, I have another one. Whereas number 4, this is not an epidemic, it's a pandemic. So if we're going to be sending things out to the CDPH, can we at least have a few of the terms correct? So that is, it is a pandemic. And then I do have a question just for probably our authors. We have on the now therefore be it resolved, the Board of Trustees of the Capistrano Unified School District requests that the CDPH immediately provide new face covering guidance for schools. Is there an or else? Or you're just asking that? I mean, is it or else? Are you going to say or else we will do something? Or is this just, we are using the word immediately to provide? I mean, is there an or else, or is that just
I
stand as
have
it is?
never seen or else in a resolution, and
When
I've
I
read
say-
a lot of
when I say
resolutions.
Or else, it's inferred, right? So
Okay.
then you don't say the words or else.
I'm perfectly comfortable changing immediately to expeditiously.
Well, both of them are the same things. I just wondering, there's no teeth. Again, referencing back to this, we have no jurisdiction over this. So whatever you guys send out, and it looks like it will be going out. I just want, at what level do we look like we're shaking our fist at something we can't do? So I'll let that stand if we just go ahead and change epidemic to pandemic.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Are you making that a motion?
Yes.
Okay,
A motion by trustee Hanachek to change the language to a pandemic from epidemic, I think it was, and seconded by trustee Jones. And as,
discussion on that amendment only, if there's any other discussion.
is there any questions or comments on that amendment? Then let's take a vote on that amendment change.
Have to do a roll call.
Trustee Bronstein?
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus?
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos?
Aye.
Trustee Davis?
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek?
Aye.
Trustee Jones?
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0 to remove the word epidemic and change it to pandemic.
And so trustee Hanachek, in regards to whether it's immediately or expeditiously, to the point that I made sooner, the whole point is we can't do anything if CDPH says no, so there's no nor else. Again, this is an encouragement that they make the decision sooner rather than later. So whether it is immediate or expeditiously, we'd like to know what we're dealing with. And I think that is the whole thought process. We'd like to encourage it, like so many other school districts we've heard from are doing the same.
I respect
we-
that, but remember that we are only advocating for a portion of folks, right? We're only giving voice to some people.
Correct. Are we ready to take a vote on this resolution? Seeing no other comments, Mrs. Hayes, would you do a roll call vote, please?
Can I clarify the vote? We are voting on the resolution as a whole. Is that true?
As amended.
Yes,
As amended.
as amended.
Two
We need
amendments.
a motion for that.
Yes, you do.
I move to approve the resolution as amendment.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by trustee McNicholas and we have a second by trustee Bronstein. Now,
Trustee Bronstein. Trustee Bullicus.
aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Nay.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Nay.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-2 to pass the resolution 202153, request to California Department of Public Health for the expeditious revision of face covering guidance for schools and school-based programs, with the revision to remove lift and replace with revise the face covering guidance, and to remove the word epidemic and change the word to pandemic.
There being no further business before the board, may I have a motion to adjourn this meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Motion moved by trustee McNicholas, seconded by trustee Jones.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Nay. Motion carries 7-0 to adjourn the special meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District. The time is now 6:46. Trustees may now join us on the floor as we transition to our board workshop meeting. Staff will be monitoring tonight's workshop via Zoom for those that would like to participate telephonically. Should the public wish to speak, please raise your hand in the Zoom format. As we adjourn this meeting and transition, staff will be pausing the live stream. So if you're with us at home during this transition, please be patient as we pause this live stream and bring you back in just a couple of minutes. Thank you so much. President Bullicus, you may now start the meeting.
Good evening. We are now resuming tonight's special board meeting and board workshop on June 23rd, 2021, and the time is 6:53. I'd like to remind everyone this is an informal workshop of the Board of Trustees. Tonight, if you'd like to speak, we have a microphone at the front table over here. And you may participate or give feedback as called upon. Alternately, we are also accepting speaker cards telephonically via Zoom. We will be accepting speaker cards throughout the evening. I'd like to now please recognize Gregory Merwin, Chief Academic Officer, Education and Support Services, to present the item.
Good evening, President Bullicus, esteemed trustees, Superintendent Vital-Brulte. Thank you so much for this opportunity. It is our pleasure to present tonight this workshop on the vision of a CUSD graduate. I'm going to give a quick overview for our session and provide you a little context and background, and then we will get to plenty of opportunity for some discussion tonight. So first, we will provide some context and connection to our mission and goals of the district and talk very briefly about the foundational systems, programs, and services over the past several years that we have put in place to support our students. We'll also define then the CUSD graduates' competencies. We'll explain the importance of a competency, what it is, and how they were selected. And then to finish up our session, we'll identify potential policy work and the initiatives for trustee consideration to help provide direction to staff on the one or two most critical projects for the 2021-2022 school year. So before we begin, I'd like to make a few introductions and welcome some of our wonderful guests this evening. So tonight we're very honored to be joined by former student advisor to the board, Genevieve Koenig-Schofer, Aliso Miguel High School teacher, Ms. Christina Seppi. And I'm going to present all of our principals here. We have principal of Dana Hills High School, Dr. Brad Baker. Principal of Aliso Miguel High School, Mr. Michael Hatcher. Principal of Capo Valley High School, Mr. John Masuston. Principal of Malcolm Elementary School, Ms. Lori Lowy. And Principal of Concordia Elementary School, Ms. Gretchen Fleming. We appreciate that they are all here this evening, and of course, they are very eager to come up and speak if you want to hear from them and their experiences. I'm also joined by our outstanding education support services team tonight. And in addition, in the audience this evening, we have Dr. Kerry Johnson, who officially starts in his new role as Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum Instruction in July, but he's here listening in. So Kerry, you want to give a wave? And then finally, please welcome our featured sketch artist, John Whitworth, who is here to create a visual rendering of our conversation this evening. So he will be capturing the key competencies that we will be sharing later. And then this image that we create tonight will actually be digitized and be able to share out to our school sites as well as to throughout the district to help define the expectations for a CUSD graduate. All right, so maybe we pull it up. Great. Love the dramatic effect. Okay, so as we open tonight, we are emerging, as we all know, from a pandemic. Our focus since March 13th, 2020, was shifted to an unprecedented number of logistical and health challenges. And tonight, we renew our focus on teaching and learning, and we move away from reopening 1.0, 1.5, 2.0, and let's hope that's all the numbers that we have to deal with. And we are going back to school. So excited tonight to present to all of you trustees this workshop on shifting from distancing dots to student data, to shift from taking student temperatures to monitoring student progress. So what I'd like to start with tonight is just give you a very brief background on connecting to our district mission and our wildly important goal and the programs that we have set in motion. So the work we're going to talk about tonight and the vision of a CUSD graduate supports our district mission and our wildly important goal of teaching and learning. So the district mission is to, quote, prepare students to meet the challenges of a rapidly changing world. Couldn't be more appropriate than ever. And our wildly important goal for teaching and learning, which focuses on, quote, engaging students in meaningful, challenging, and innovative educational experiences to increase post-secondary options for all students. As it states in the board report, the district has been working, obviously, for many, many years, but in recent years on establishing a very important foundational programs, systems, and services to meet the needs of students. And in the board report, we listed several of those since 2015 that have been established and are continuing to be implemented as we move forward. Just want to share a couple of those for our community and for our trustees. Again, the work that has been established and will continue to support this vision. First and foremost, great first instruction. And as many of you may recall, that's where we have consistent teacher instructional practices that give all students the best opportunity to learn those skills and content the first time they receive the instruction. So the practices that define that first time instruction. We also have established professional learning communities. And professional learning communities are those ongoing processes in which educators work collaboratively and in collective inquiry and action research to achieve better results for students they serve. Believe it or not, that work actually started back in 2003 and was then revived and brought forward again in 2016 as a foundational practice. That continues and moves forward into next year. The continuum of services for personalized services and systems and programs that provide design instruction for our students with disabilities who qualify for special education. Many of you recall that's defining the least restrictive to the most restrictive settings and personalizing support for our students with special needs. Multi-tiered system of supports, the infamous, famous, however you want to call it, the pyramid with the 3 different levels, the tiered systems of support where we differentiate support in academics, social, emotional, and behavior. All of these systems continue on today and will move forward into the future. And then finally, and most recently, MTSS intervention plan. As we talked about this in reopening, this is about developing interventions, school-wide system for intervention and extension for our students at school sites. So recognizing the need for learning recovery, as well as students who need to be challenged, supporting our schools with building out school-wide system for intervention. So I mentioned those briefly before we jump into our competencies, because this work, again, 2015 is not ancient history, but there's been a lot of foundational work since 2015 moving forward. All these are in place. These are all foundational to our work moving forward with a vision of a CUSD graduate. So we're actually here tonight not to just pat ourselves on the back for all the foundational work we've done since 2015. We are here tonight to talk about competencies. We're here tonight to talk about the CUSD graduate and the vision of the CUSD graduate. So let me first start off with what this really is. What does this mean to talk about it? What is a competency and why are we here tonight spending our valuable time on this? As you can see, starting to play out on our poster board is that we have our district graduate, our seniors that graduate and move on with their lives. As they cross that stage, what is that vision? What are their skills? What are their attributes? What are their behaviors? And those really are what competencies are. Competencies are a combination of attitudes, skills, knowledge, behaviors that students develop and then apply to future learning, living, and post-secondary options. As the superintendent says, for that plan that day after graduation. The competencies empower the graduate to move forward successfully. The competencies also bring to life our mission, our vision, and our goals. They give us a student profile so that we know exactly what that looks like as our graduate moves on with their post-secondary world. Competencies also are non-negotiable. They are what we commit to as a district developing in our graduate from preschool through kindergarten, elementary, middle, high school, and to their senior year, and completing that diploma. It's non-negotiable that they walk away with these competencies. And also, these are not specific to a school. So we know very much about the excellent branding that our high schools do and the vision of what that graduate has leaving. For example, San Juan Hills High School, as I know with the former principal Smalley sitting next to me, that brand, what is the brand? And what is that custom, unique outcome for that high school? And all of our high schools have done tremendous work with that. This is not meant to replace that. This is meant for those then to fold under the larger umbrella of the district's vision, and their unique vision still fit within the overarching competencies. So it aligns with the sites. It does not remove the work that they've done. It's instead to align and allow it all to be our district vision. So how do we get to this point? As we talk about competencies tonight, how did we land on the ones that are in the board report? So we've been engaged with multiple stakeholders really all since the winter as we've been doing the reopening planning, talking about what do we want moving forward for our students. So multiple stakeholder group meetings. We also met with all of our principals, and our principals came together and kind of brought all their ideas around the competencies together. And then finally, we also connected recently with CUEA and asked for their feedback as well. And so we had all of this feedback, and instead of just presenting a laundry list of skills and attributes to all of you, instead we realized that we need really key attributes, 3 to 5, that can be very focused so that our students know what they're striving for, so that our teachers and our support staff know what they're focused on and know which program strategies and skills align with those. So you can imagine if we had 20 competencies, for example, and to put that out for all of our school sites, it'd be very challenging for our school teams to focus. So we realized then with all of the brainstorming that we wanted to come together and have these overarching competencies. And so what you see in the board report are 5 overarching competencies and then a subset of skills underneath them as we work to provide a recommendation to all of you as far as the key competencies from all of these stakeholder groups and finding overarching competencies that we think then would allow a really important focus for our schools. So before we get into the exciting discussion part of this evening, I'm almost done, I promise, I'd like to now read out the competencies that we shared in the board report, and then have a conversation with all of you trustees on your thinking around these competencies and are they the ones that we want to capture before we ask John then to start to include them on the board. So instead of him having the brainstorming of all of the competencies, we'll wait and then we'll summarize what we feel are those competencies, and then he will capture those on the board. So the 5 competencies that are currently listed in the board report from all the work that staff has done with the stakeholders. Number 1, a CUSD graduate is an innovative problem solver and critical thinker who perseveres and maintains a growth mindset. A CUSD graduate is, number 2, a lifelong learner who masters foundational knowledge and skills. A CUSD graduate is, number 3, an inspired leader who engages in practices to stay mentally, emotionally, and physically healthy, and is self-motivated and goal-oriented. A CUSD graduate is, number 4, an engaged citizen who is civic-minded, has global awareness and cultural understanding, and shows empathy and respect towards others. And then finally, a CUSD graduate is, number 5, a skilled communicator, both orally and in writing, and is adept with technology and proficient in multiple languages. So at this point, I'm going to pause. And I have an essential question I'm just going to pose out there to start the conversation with trustees. And so we can have a dialogue on these competencies that we have shared with you. And then we'll shift gears after this and then start talking about the policies and initiatives. But first, we want to have this conversation with all of you to define these competencies. And then I'll summarize and then ask John to capture them on the board. So here is the essential question to get our conversation started. Are these the essential competencies that are necessary for the CUSD graduate to be successful in a rapidly changing world? Or are there any missing or needing refinement? So I will be quiet. And please, trustees, any questions? We have outstanding experts also here in the field from the department and also from our school sites. And I'm happy to help facilitate the conversation.
Okay, you know me, I have my lights on. Okay. All right, before we get started, I do have to take you to task a little bit. We have been doing more in COVID than just taking temperatures. Our teachers have been monitoring all along the way as their principals are shaking their heads like, heck yeah. So I know that was clever, but thank you on that. I think I need to understand too, when we're looking at a CUSD graduate that we're sending out in the world, so you said you had stakeholders. Did you include community college, CSU, UC, workforce development folks, military? Are you getting that type of input? Are we still confining it? And I like the fact that you've gotten all your principals in that roundtable type, hopefully type situation. But there's a world out there that may be different than in our K through 12 kind of insular type environment that we're in. Having sent young people into that world, thinking they were prepared or had a skill set, and they did not. So I just would like, if this is an ongoing conversation, I would love to see roundtables that really included those members of our community who are going to be hiring, who are going to be selecting our students for their colleges or universities or community college, and military too. There's a whole new skill set that is needed out there. And then my only other thing, and I will definitely cede the floor, I'm looking for how this is an acronym. So so anyway, if we can figure out an acronym, those are always catchy. So if we can do that. So those are my points there. Thank you.
I love the thinking about an acronym. That's great. Our wheels are turning already. And definitely Patty Romo has definitely provided feedback on as far as some of the career experts. So I very much appreciate what you're saying about some additional work regarding engaging more with our UCs, CSUs, et cetera.
Greg, I have a question. So when we look at these competencies, we're looking at, we want every student to walk away with this, correct? I go to number 5, skilled communicator. Number C, proficient in multiple languages. I have I have 2 graduates from CUSD, neither of which are proficient. Now they took 3 years of Spanish, but they're not proficient. One just graduated college, has a job. How are they going to measure up against this if we think of all the different skills and electives they can have, this one, because I agree that in today's world, globally, having the ability to speak another language is really good, but I wouldn't want to press upon people that this is like something that you need out in the world to succeed. So that is my question. Why was this selected?
I think it was to show value to the bilingual seal of achievement, to recognize the importance of being, like you're saying, the importance of being able to speak more, be multilingual. I also appreciate what you're saying, what does proficient mean? And how do we define that? You know, what is being Is it bilingual, biliterate? What does that mean? And is that the expectation for every student? I think those are great questions. I don't know if anyone else wanted to share on that, but I think it's, as I think about my own sons going through the system as well and going to Dana Hills, go Dana, it is to recognize that I expect my kids to take Spanish, because I did, and I became proficient in Spanish and bilingual to at one time I was, but is that the extent? What does proficient mean? Is it exposure to language? Is it by being bilingual? I think that's something we can continue to define, and I appreciate the feedback on that.
If I can help define, from my Capo Valley High School carpools for so many years, there was one student who was trying to convince my son to take the 4th year of Spanish. And I finally said to the young man, who got A's and B's on the tests, but was embarrassed to try and speak it, couldn't roll his R's, neither could his mother. And so he wouldn't get class participation points. I said, to me, proficient means you're able to leave here, go to a job and be able to say, I'm bilingual. I am proficient enough to have some sort of conversation. He was not. And so to me, it was just to get that little sticker on your diploma. It's not meaningful to him or to me unless he really is proficient. And that's what I will leave you with.
We have a response here from the teacher.
So I happen to be a Spanish teacher. And I'm not just a Spanish teacher too, I'm also a CapoUSD parent, and my daughter is in the immersion program as well in this district. So I have a huge passion for Spanish in particular and language, but you're absolutely right in defining proficient. Language has really evolved over the last, I would say 15 years, and Actville has done a really great job of really pushing and finding out what is proficient. Is proficient really reading based? Is it speaking based? And what are these measures? And that is something we as a department, along all the department heads, would like to move forward towards as well. Moving towards proficient, not just being proficient in a language and speaking, but also being proficient culturally and understanding the diverse cultures of all of Latin America and the Iberian Peninsula as well. So that is something that we as a foreign language team have been working on, as well as with the French teachers. I'm department chair also, so I go to those meetings and we talk about that. And we are working towards that. What is proficiency? And also when we do the proficiency of kids who go to Saddleback and take the class, like we want them to take some kind of test, like the Apple test here, so that we can prove that they're proficient. Because when they go to Saddleback and take their 2 years, their 2 semesters, it counts as 4 semesters. That includes sign language as well. How do we know as teachers? It needs to be an outside source. Exactly what you were saying. And the Seal of Biliteracy is a great way to highlight this great program that we have here at CapoUSD, like not just the immersion program, but also the 4 years of language that you take at the high school level. So we are working on that. That is something. Yes.
I think that we need more conversational.
Absolutely.
Are we going to be too focused on memorizing vocab and writing is not enough on actual conversational skills or no?
So I do, and I feel that that also needs to be all the way from the bottom level at the immersion program as well, because I see deficiencies in my child. But the real important thing and the best way to do it is to also, which I saw in your highlighted form, is being in a community. What a great way to have kids who go to all the high schools and have them work with the immersion kids. I know that Capo Valley and Tesoro have a Chinese program. Why don't we get a mentorship with, oh gosh, I forgot the immersion. I drive by it every day from Aliso. Thank you. What a great way. I know that I've gotten my students at Aliso and they've done a ton of work at San Juan Elementary, which is where my daughter went. She's going to Marco next year. They've done a ton of work, and my kids, my students in particular, they go, man, I wish my parents would have done this. They really do. And then they feel, and the little kids in elementary also feel really proud of themselves that they can speak Spanish, and these high school kids can barely understand. But what a great way to connect the two. right? We have this program here in this district. We have Viejo, we have Las Palmas, we have San Juan, and we have Ferguson and RH Dana, who has a different model. They're a 50-50 model, which is different than the 90-10. So obviously, I'm very passionate about the language thing. So, and I want you to know that I'm so passionate about this program that we lived in Irvine and we sold our house to move to this district to get my daughter into this program. And I've been blown away. So I do feel that our kids will get to proficiency, but we need to establish other connections and maybe kind of mentor and do things maybe with the immersion programs too and expand that.
I appreciate you bringing up the cultural piece as well. And there's so many opportunities that some schools take advantage. John, help me out. Is it the Day of the Dead? How do you say?
Yes, yes, that is a very big tradition, the Mexican culture.
And Capos has done a
They
big
do.
program with that, expanded it and did the same day.
They
And
do.
it just makes, and I think even the first year, they had a phenomenal turnout.
Right.
So all these kinds of things helps cultural proficiency.
Absolutely.
And the cultural, even if my child can't speak it very well.
But remember that, and I always tell parents this at the beginning too. I heard you say that your kid took 3 years of a language, right? So your kids were in the room more or less 5 hours a week, right? For the whole school year. Now, when your kids started speaking, they didn't start speaking perfectly when they came out of the womb. It took them a long time to develop those skills. And if they're not around and truly listen to the radio and music, they're not going to acquire it. For example, at back to school night, I have like this slide, this little cartoon thing, and I tell these parents this because I teach 1 and AP Spanish 5, which is the literature course. And you know, your kids ask you for money, right? And you go to the ATM, we'll change it into Spanish and have them figure it out. Put it in a real, apply it, change your cell phone. I mean, in this, do Duolingo. In this world today, it's so easy to learn another language and it's right there. And there's so many ways to do it, but you have to have the motivation and the passion and ignite it in the student so that they can see like, oh, this makes sense. And this is exciting and I can do this. And I tell you, honestly, my kids talk to me all the time. I use Spanish at Target or at my job. And I'm like, see, you have it. So it is a foundation to do the vocab at a certain level at the 1. But the conversation is the last component that comes in because remember, your children didn't speak for a long time. You need a lot of input and comprehensible input for doing that.
Ok, claro que tengo mucha entusiasmo para las dos idiomas, pero tengo también una pregunta aquí y es que si todos los tópicos son para también los alumnos en educación especial, porque yo pienso que todos los tópicos son buenos para todos, pero no los dos idiomas. Yo pienso que es más difícil para ellos. Okay, so I really don't know that we can say that we want this for all graduates when we're not talking about special ed graduates. And clearly there's students in special ed who are capable of learning a second language and some maybe even more capable than non-special ed students. But I feel that a list has to be addressing everyone. Perhaps, I mean, there's levels of special ed, but I think that we do need to be addressing everyone here, and that does concern me. And it's not because no tengo entusiasmo para este tópico.
Whatever she said.
I actually understood all of that.
Me too.
I was like, wow, what a shock. I was like,
really just showing off.
no, it's good. I'm pleased with my skill set here.
Really do believe it.
No, I just wanted to climb on what Gila just mentioned, but I like the words instead of proficient. I like the words that we just used, exposure and engaged with. I think if we're talking about all CUSD students, graduates, I like those words applied to everybody, not just proficient. I think proficient is a tough word to use when we're talking about multiple languages.
But
I do want to just mention that we spoke about the immersion program. It is wonderful that we have in CUSD that we have so many opportunities for students who come in with English to learn another language. But I do want to mention also our students who come in with another language, that they're leaving with proficiency in English, and have as much passion for those students in giving them the opportunities to learn like the English language at a proficient or higher level as well.
But are students, is everyone mandated to take 2 years of a language in high school?
No, just to go.
It's not a requirement. So,
But if you're going off to college.
correct. So I don't know that we can have this as proficient in multiple languages if we do not even make that mandatory for all students to speak another language for even 2 years, which we know is not proficient. I took lots of years of Spanish, pero no español. I mean, mi español es no bueno. Mi hermanos did horrible in school, and they both are completely proficient, completely proficient.
Well, it's
So
how you apply it and how you apply it and put it out into practice.
100%. But if it's not mandated by the state and it's not something that we do in our district for all, then I don't believe we should have that as one of our goals for all students.
So I have a question on kind of the mechanics. So Laguna Beach, I believe, has Spanish in elementary school. So there's, of course, there's a cost element to that. I took Spanish, at least exposure to Spanish in elementary. So I'm wondering I think we all agree that if you're proficient in another language, you are at an advantage. Again, I hate when we all talk about our children, but both my boys need to use Spanish in the workplace, and they really can't, even though they did their 3 years in high school, because they want to do music in middle. So I think there's a place for this, and I'm wondering too if it's really around global awareness and cultural understanding. I think we can fit something in and recognize now if there ever is in the future a way for our non-dual or dual language schools to have exposure to Spanish. I took it before school, and I don't know how I came about. Did PTA pay for it? I don't know, but I went every day and I loved it. So I think there's a lot of things, good things here. I think it is probably erroneous to insist that it be one of our tenets for our graduates, but it's definitely that if our school district could embrace and grow that, would only benefit our students. So I'm not sure where you put it.
Would you recommend changing the word proficient to maybe perhaps exposed to?
Yeah, I think Trustee Castellanos, Krista brought up that, I think there's ways to do it. I think there's also the earlier we do the exposure, the less intimidating. So remember that those that are attend schools that are diverse, and this would be me. So I'm textbook smart in Spanish, but when I would go to participación and everybody else are native speakers, I don't have the accent. I don't have that. And then it was vice versa, because I used to proctor the AP exams. And so our native speakers would get through that oral part really fast, and then our other. So there is a little bit of intimidation. And now I'm going to shout out for Shorecliffs. Senior Hennings at Shorecliffs Middle School is profound. And that's why, frankly, I wanted it to be an IB middle school if possible. Dr. Baker knows this. The kids are hooked. And he engages on a cultural way and takes his show on the road. They go to RH Dana and so on and so forth. So there's pockets of this happening. And I think the earlier we expose all our students, it can only be better and help them out. So however you guys know how are the educators. So if you can figure it out, be great.
I have a question on our vision of a CSD graduate versus our graduation requirements. Because there's very little here in your list that would specifically detail what's required for graduation, other than when we're talking about foreign language proficient in multiple languages. Well, is it a graduation requirement or isn't it? And nothing else here really, other than the master's foundational knowledge and skills. Is there an asterisk there that says knowledge and skills, please see graduation requirements? because yeah, in everything. I mean, because, we have to have a year of PE and we have to have 3 years of math and we have to have 4 years of English and maybe not even much science. And I guess, so I'm having a hard time this is a little bit fuzzy to me. And then I look at our graduation requirements, which are pretty rigid. I mean, maybe you can take a performing arts instead of a language, because I don't see anything in performing arts here either. So, a well-rounded graduate, a successful, I think there's other things that I could add to this, and there's some of this that I'd probably throw out if it were me. And in general, I see items 3 and 4. What I see is more soft skills on how to make your way in the world and how to get along with people and how to work in groups and that sort of thing. To me, 1 and 2 are the more hard skills that I need to be able to, and even number 5, I need to be able to write clearly. At some point, I would like to see the word math and science in here. I don't see that in here, but that's my personal bias.
All right, we're down to science.
But this is supposed to be the stuff, that kind of happens when you're learning the stuff in the graduation requirements, like.
I guess that's where I'm saying,
Right.
our vision of a CUSD graduate, I would love to say is proficient in robotics and physics and calculus and engineering but I don't, that's my vision of a successful graduate. But
Right. And how do we monitor and engage and figure out how to navigate mentally, emotionally, and physically healthy engages and practices? What are we doing in schools are we practicing yoga, or is that something we're adding now that I know at San Clemente High School, 2 of my daughters had PE one semester where they did do a lot of yoga. But I'm not sure that's, I don't know. I'm not sure how we can monitor that.
I also, I'm still a communicator. I was actually surprised. Started high school this year, and also this is going on in a lot of the other high schools. We don't have a lot of debate or mock trial. We don't have a lot of extracurriculars that encourage kids, maybe even the shy kid that's never thought about doing it before, to get involved. Like, I think it would be great if every high school had a debate team and we all debate each other, right? Or mock trial. And I think I think it should be almost every kid that wants to do it. And I think teachers should be encouraging kids to do it. I have kind of assumed that was still a part of public education, but it really hasn't been in the district. There you go.
Yeah, it'd be great to see that happen within our district.
Yeah, we just.
Capo Valley versus
Yeah.
Aliso, San Clemente versus, of course, Dana.
So I wanted to make a comment towards your question. And I think these, in our discussions, these were worded intentionally because of the math and science and English requirements are already there. And so what we see as what's important is to have these soft skills, to have this idea of being a global thinker, and basically giving our teachers the permission to spend instructional minutes talking about being a global, having global awareness. I taught chemistry for 9 years, and I could have spent every single day about, Le Chatelier's principle and balancing chemical equations. But if I had one of these as my goals as a teacher, then I would engage projects about, what are the illegal drugs versus, legal drugs and pills, and where are these different chemists from around the world, and how are elements, found and created and mined, around the world. And so the idea behind this, to hopefully, clarify, is that it's a collective responsibility from all of our educators to not only teach just math or just science or just history, but to have these kind of soft skills and these other bigger ideas involved when you are coming up with these engaging and amazing lessons. And so I think that's probably the point of it, and something that we really want is that have our math teachers and our science teachers having its, students engaged in these types of conversations, not just, how do we, integrate. So.
So I thank you. I understand that now. That makes total sense. And these are imperative. And I think if we did have a UC or a CSU person here, from what I remember with my sons, one was a CSU, one was UC, those universities are getting students that cannot communicate. So we've got a problem. And so they are recognizing that. And both of my boys, I think school-wide, they had, it seems to me as freshmen, they had to do something that honed their communication skills. Because if you're in the lab and you're a scientist, you've got to be able to communicate. And the same at Cal Poly was definitely, they took writing, communication. They had a cool class called paramedic writing. I used it, gets rid of all extraneous words. So I think that's what when we're looking at these, what soft skills, we know our graduation requirements are putting our kids in top tier universities. When they get there, are they ready? So looking at these through that lens that you just articulated, that is very helpful. And I can see where we may be falling down, and especially some of our kids, it's innately more comfortable to be in that more cloistered setting. But everything's collaboration, everything's teams, everything. The workforce is that's the whole thing. So I think that's what we're getting at here. So thank you.
Yeah, and also too, one thing I want to point out is we mentioned, input from the UCs and Cal States. When I would give my presentation to my junior parents, right, for UC applications, there's 20 different factors. I forget the number, like 21. There's multiple different factors that the UCs take into consideration when they're accepting students. It's more than your GPA and your SAT score. It's the holistic of the student. That's why we always want to encourage students to do what they enjoy and kind of their stick with itness, right? I know that's a terrible word as from an educator, but but it's the
Pure
grit.
chemistry, that's okay.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can say words like that.
Yeah, it's the grit that to show that I've stuck with something for a long amount of time versus having the 4.8 GPA, right? That not everybody can have. And so it's in the growth and kind of shows like your 4 years of your resume of all the different aspects of who you are as a person. And that's why they changed their essay to personal insight questions, because that's what they want to see. They want to see personal insight into who they are as a person. And almost any time a student has some type of adversity, when throughout their 4 years, my kind of go-to joke is just, well, this is your entrance essay right here. And so using every single situation as a growth opportunity for our students and to highlight that. So we kind of take away it's not all about your GPA. And it's not all about your SAT score. There's so much more to a person. And you got to show that on your application.
I wanted to add, just because Amy talks about her kids all the time.
I know, I do. Sorry.
But both mine went out of state, so it's not CSU, UC, but both started out in engineering programs. And one of the first classes they had to take was in presentation techniques. That no matter what you're doing in the lab, if you can't explain it to somebody or show it to somebody, nobody's going to buy your invention. Nobody's going to invest in your company. So the oral and written communication skills, I think. In fact, that maybe should be part of our science program, is how to present your project.
I have a thing on so I think the adept with technology is something that, especially we as old people think that because a student has this in their hand all the time, that they know anything at all of how this came about, what this does. So there's a whole realm there that they have no idea. So I'm not sure exactly what that looks like. I know that there are certifications that young people can be getting in whole new fields. My son will tell you, and he's a 3D, 4D designer, UX, designer. So they don't know. When he was starting out, kids would build their own computers. Nobody does that anymore. So however that you think that would help, and if where you're seeing it's falling down, but just because you have this doesn't mean you know anything about technology and can redirect and use it in the robust way that they're going to need to, again, in that workforce that they're demanding. So I don't know what that looks like, but I do like that point. I would have that point stay there because to have them leave without some type of smattering or understanding or access to a better understanding of the use of technology, I think we do them a disservice.
Good evening. If I could just interject for a minute. We are preparing students for careers and job opportunities that don't exist yet. And, you know, at the elementary level, we're starting with TK and kinder, and those students are so excited to be at school every day. And they don't just start communicating naturally necessarily. Some do. You know, some come to school ready to go, and some are very shy and introvert, and they don't know how to get started. And so it's really important that we are, especially at our level, explicitly teaching, right? Providing scaffolds and sentence frames for students, modeling what conversations look like, what those collaborative interactions as a team look like, providing roles and responsibilities. And again, like I said, explicitly teaching that to our students so that by the time they do get to their secondary opportunities like debate team, that they're ready to go, and that it's something that all students have had that common experience within the classroom. So probably of all the different things on our list of competencies, for me, it was the skilled communicator is the common thread throughout. And the one that, you know, for backwards planning for these students, you know, starting with the end in mind, that's the one we need to really hit home with. So I'm just trying to think if there was anything else on here. The tech adaptability, I agree with you, is really important. We need to be creating these flexible, creative, and critical thinkers that can express themselves.
Yeah, I would we have a caller from outside. I'd like to take a question. Michelle Plossel Campbell, are you there to speak?
Hi. So I appreciate you taking my input on this. I look at these 5 things that we want. The most important one you put last. If you're not a skilled communicator, you're not going to become a lifelong learner. You're not going to be an inspired leader. You're not going to be an engaged citizen. You're not going to be innovative problem solver and critical thinker. Or you might, but it might be trapped all in your brain because you can't communicate. So that to me would be your number 1. You want skilled communicators coming out of our district because that shows the work our district has done in all of the A through G that isn't listed through here. But that is what is most important. And that is what our district needs to focus on, is having our kids really learn how to communicate orally and in writing. Because writing instruction in this district so far, I would give an F. And I've only gotten through 7th grade. And we've had some amazing teachers along the way. But it is not the program where they're really well taught in the specific skills of writing yet. And that's something that I have raised for many years across many platforms. Dr. Merwin, I know, could attest that he's heard me say this. We need explicit writing instruction because our kids need to be able to communicate. Because if they cannot communicate, they will not be successful outside of this. As for being proficient in multiple languages, I loved Trustee Castellanos' suggestion of changing that to exposure to multiple languages. I know Latin, I know Dutch, I know American Sign Language, I know very little Spanish, but I've been exposed to it, so I have an awareness of that. But more than just knowing a language so you can speak proficiently in it, is being exposed to that culture and aware of that culture and the relevance of that language within that culture. And that is valuable. But it's the exposure to it, not necessarily the being able to proficiently rattle off something when coming out of high school that you need. Because if you really need that language for the workplace, you're going to continue it into college. So this is our stepping point off to college, but we need to be able to communicate. And that is most important. So thank you very much. I'll lower my hand for now.
Dr. Merwin, if we do what Michelle said and move skilled communicator to 1, then the acronym becomes silly. Just thought I'd mention that.
Well, I actually think that skilled communicators should be number 1. And I think starting in elementary school, it should focus on memorization. They should be sharing out poems and going from classroom to classroom with the posters and memorizing history documents. I mean, everyone should know 7 years ago, our fathers brought forth, and everyone should know Washington, Adams, Jefferson, Madison, Monroe. Everyone should know I had a dream that one day my 4 children, we should be teaching these types of things and starting in elementary. Excerpts from stories, they should be sharing out and having that opportunity to present starting in kindergarten, and probably mostly with songs. At least when I taught kindergarten, we did a lot of that. But I think that that's critically important. And as we move into middle school and high school and upper elementary, that we are working in groups, projects, and have more and more opportunities for public speaking, especially post-pandemic.
I was actually, I went to thinking about this yesterday, that when I was a kid, you had to present a news story every week, right? So you were like, you had normally like state, local, and we had newspapers, so we had to cut it out, but that was every week you had to present that. And I think that we stopped doing some of those simple things that give kids public speaking skills in elementary school. I think we need to look again at that. And also, I mean, I had the poetry party where like every Friday we sit around and everybody would read a poem. But I think it's very speaking in front of you. It's just correct.
I think that they said that the number 1 phobia is public speaking. And sorry, my kids were in a singing group, and wherever their opportunities were to sing, perform, they were just completely comfortable with it. So, I mean, I remember you only had to give in my government class a 30-second current event, and everybody just like hid their head. They didn't want to be called on. It'd be great to get kids to be more comfortable with that, and that would be through practice.
Dr. Merwin, unless somebody else.
Just
Go
a quick,
ahead.
okay, go ahead. Well, I was just concerned that we might have a time constraint here. Do we have any time constraints, and do we need to move on from this topic? I don't want to cut anybody off, but we're sort of going and going and going, and I'm a little concerned.
Okay, so I'll bring the party down here for a minute. So we'll move from vision to reality. So how are you going to measure this, your legs and leads? What are we going to do on our key elements here? What measurement tools would you use? Indicators to know? Have we thought through that?
So I really appreciate these thoughts, and then I definitely want to give Principal Sesson a chance to speak after I talk, just briefly. Is first of all, I think we come back to what these competencies are, which is there are attitudes, behaviors, and knowledge. So I've been thinking deeply since Trustee McNicholas shared, well, how does this connect with the graduation requirements? Are these more soft skills? Are they more like, what kinds of skills are they? And when you think of them as attitudes and behaviors and skill sets that then help focus, it's like, and then what Principal Lowy said, like it's backwards planning, K-12 backwards planning. So then imagine you still have your graduation requirements, you still have your standards. That's where we're measuring our leads and lags, is with our standards and with our assessments that are already built in, and we're monitoring that. But these are more soft skills. So if you imagine if we share these competencies and we're backwards planning from that graduate, and then imagine the power of our elementary schools. Then what are they emphasizing to come to these attitudes and behaviors and skills? And we're still measuring progress towards standards. We're still working towards the graduation requirements, but think of this as more of the, as Principal Hatcher said, it's kind of allows then our teachers and our educators to have more of a focus on that end behavior, attitude, and skill. So do we have leads and lags for these? How do we measure engaging in emotional, physical practices and being healthy? What's our writing focus? This allows us then to really define a lot of that and then to say in the future, okay, does this or this or this, we're meeting the standards, we are hitting graduation requirements, but do these support these competencies? It helps us to focus and fine tune more our work starting back in kindergarten. And so then do we emphasize more public speaking? Do we emphasize more writing skills, being a skilled communicator? That's what the competencies would allow us to do. It doesn't change the fact that the standards are the standards and the requirements are the requirements, and we're still going to measure those.
Oh, I love this. I love that we focus on communication. That's number one for sure to me. And I love that we're focusing on innovative problem solvers and critical thinkers. I don't know that everyone's a leader. I don't know that we're going to be able to grow a leader in every single CUSD graduate. I just don't think that's possible. So I'm not really comfortable with that one. And self-motivated, I'm pretty sure every parent would love every child, every teacher would love every child to be self-motivated. I don't know that that one's measurable, definable, attainable. So I'm not that comfortable with that one, but I love a lifelong learner. And I think we could word that a little differently to have a little more, I don't know, master's foundational knowledge and skills. I know when I earned my master's degree, that was much more than, I think that's a tricky word for that. But 1, 2, and 5, all in. I think they are soft, but goes to attitudes, behaviors, and knowledge, yes. But I do think that our goals and a vision of a CUSD student needs to include some of the math and science and writing and reading. And I think we definitely need to add a written component to our skilled communicator. And well, I think we need to strengthen it. I'm sorry. I think we need to strengthen that. That's just a couple thoughts.
Okay, John, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you. After all that, it's probably not going to be that profound. However, the way, and I think the value that we saw in this as high school principals and principals as well is, we talk a lot about wanting graduates to have a plan when they walk across that stage so that the next day they have an idea of what they want to do. But I think we all realize also that that could change at some point, right? Through my 4 years, maybe I didn't want to go to college. So can we provide them with options? And these are, through my experience as a CUSD student, these would be things that I would be gaining while going through the graduation requirements and be able to have that plan change. And regardless of whether on day 364, I wanted to go into a trade school, 365, I want to go to college. Either of those are an option and I can be equally successful based on some of these soft skills we have. And secondly, I think the interconnectedness of so many of them, we can integrate into so much of what we do, as the example of getting our students into our dual immersion students into their feeder schools has so much of that in terms of leadership. Like, I don't know that all high schoolers would be comfortable leading big groups of their peers, but I'm certain that many of them would be comfortable going to an elementary school and leading a small group of 4. And all of those skills that they get within that are so valuable, and public speaking. And so the interconnectedness of that and civic engagement, I think there's such beauty and value in these soft skills being able to allow our students to be successful the day after they graduate. And so, regardless of the minutia of all of it and kind of what you decide, I think there's such profoundness to, guaranteeing that this is our students' soft skills that they're going to have when they graduate, in addition to their graduation requirements.
So I think, thank you, John. I think this goes certainly back to what Gila's wanting for. What is our goal here of this meeting? What are we doing? So I think if you'll bring us back in, and we've got to accomplish what you want from this board. And I do think that when we say lifelong learner, there might be context that we can give to students that won't be quite so overwhelming. Is there curiosity or something that we could add to that, where students then, to say lifelong learner sounds like like exhausting. So, so we want to, is there curiosity? I'm sure there's better wordsmithing that maybe could be done and that wouldn't be so overwhelming. So if somebody can take control and bring us back of what our purpose is here, of what you want from us, and at what point are you looking for us to, okay, is this compliance issues or are we vision? Where do you need us here on this? I know for me, everything sounds good. I really volley this back to you all. And I see obviously the great brain trust, you guys get it. And then I love the fact that you brought elementary today. We can't do anything in the school district unless we build upon the work you're doing. And statistically, our students enter into elementary and they graduate from our schools. So we have a unique opportunity to really create not just a CapoUSD graduate, but a CapoUSD student and what they need all along the way. So I'll stop talking. Help me come back to the goal you need from us so we can, like Gila's point.
So our intention tonight was to define these behaviors, attitudes, characteristics with the board tied to this vision of a graduate. So that ultimately that would then drive policy work. So the question earlier about, well, where are the high school graduation requirements? Well, based on this vision, the behaviors, the attributes, the attitudes, behaviors you want, characteristics, of a graduate would then drive. Do we have to then look at our high school graduation policy? Are we looking at grading practices policy? Are we looking at extracurriculars? Are we looking at how we do Healthy Kids Survey or health or any of those topics, right, that come out all the way throughout a year and people are like, I got this great idea. I have this great idea. I have this great idea. Let's talk about what are those things in order to meet this vision so that we can then craft a policy agenda for the board to be able to do work over a year. So that's really the intention. I want to get back to measurement too, because I do think that that's really important. So what I imagine is if in fact these are those attributes, then we would look at the standards-based report card. Maybe a child is not satisfactory or unsatisfactory. I can't remember the 3 levels, needs improvement, whatever it may be, but instead we're looking really carefully at speaking and listening, right? We're looking carefully at the attributes to then define kindergarten, first, second, third. What is expected of a child so that we build a continuum. So by the time a young person graduates, they do have these attributes. We look at things like the 40 developmental assets. So young people at the appropriate grade level have a sense to be able to be metacognitive about what they need to work on to be better leaders. Because I do think every child can be a leader. It's just in their, it may not be, the president of the United States, but it's a leader in their peer group. It's a leader in their own future. It's a leader having those skills to be able to advocate and access and have agency. So I do think it's levels of leadership. Or we look at the Healthy Kids Survey. There are so many questions that we actually don't even really engage with or look at that I think tell us a lot about where our kids are in many of these attributes, behaviors, and attitudes. So I think we're looking for you all to help us define, right, the vision for these attributes so that then we can come back and say, okay, what is the policy agenda for the year that we need to look at? We then pull together a project plan so that we're really clear about what this year looks like and what has to happen. The last thing I would say, I've heard this board talk some about, access to rigorous courses, grading policies, acceleration, gate. I mean, this would all be the time to say, based on this, I think we have to look at these things, not tonight, but over a year's time. So I hope that helps.
We're all good.
Well, I get to follow Kirsten. That's great. No, no, well said. No, to bring it, I was coming up to help to bring it back, and you did a very good job with that. But what I think, talking from the principal level and what we've talked about in our teachers is, having what we're looking from you guys is having that balcony level vision, right? Where it'll allow us, and Mr. Hatcher said it, you know, permission, right, to create values collectively on our school sites with our great teachers and staffs that are aligned, again, ultimately, as Dr. Merwin said, you know, through the whole K-12 program, from the board all the way down to the classroom. So I think it's very important that, again, that balcony vision is set. So then that collective work can be done at the school sites, and which we all do, whether it's through our guiding coalitions or our CAPE teams. And that work creates commitment, and it creates our values, and it creates ultimately our goals that we work on. So it's a big job, right, to cast that vision and what we want to look like. We know our why, we have our mission, but what does our vision look like for our graduates? And again, that allows us to have that permission to create our values and collectively build culture and systems that support those, supports that vision. So just, that's what I kind of walk away from, is that, so, yeah.
So I would just like to suggest that, of course, the suggestions I made tonight are brilliant, just like we all think what we said was brilliant. Of course, I think what I said was brilliant, but I also know that I am not an educator, and even those of us who are educators are not high school principals and are not people who have been leading teachers. I would like to request that this principal group relook at this in light of the brilliant suggestions we've all made, not necessarily to change them, but to tweak them just a little bit. And I mean, I jokingly say my suggestions are brilliant. They're not, but I think they might have caused you to think a little differently. Again, I mean, you guys are pretty great. I don't know if you know that I think that. And I really rely on you to come up with these lists, and I don't want, again, as brilliant as my thoughts are, I don't want you to totally change what you professionals have come up with. I think a slight modification, because, and I totally agree that, yes, should be guiding our work. Now, the newer trustees may not be aware that, for example, we have a technology education plan that starts in kindergarten. So we have that for technology. Maybe we need some piece of it for all or some of these other areas, and that might be a good idea. I assume that's what the superintendent is referring to, because the technology plan, if you've ever looked at it, is pretty amazing. Anyway, so that's all I have to say.
I just want to add that there's been times things have gone on in the school district, and I've reached out to my principals. John can attest to this. I'll text and I'll email and say, what do you think of this? How do you think this can be different? And what I often hear from high school principals is it starts at the elementary level. And so in this conversation, I assume that high school principals are sharing downwards in this conversation of, because I think it's understood even before tonight, but clearly in my mind, it starts at elementary school for us, and then to be refining through all the years that they're ready to graduate. But there's probably things that high school principals see and would suggest we modify and we look at in terms of, they're busy putting on programs, you all, the high school principals here, have put on programs and all to try to remedy, in some cases, attitudes and behaviors. But it would be so much easier if it starts right from the very beginning. And so I assume that in that you kind of have those kinds of conversations.
Yeah, absolutely. Through the PLC process, we call those discussion vertical articulation, right? And we are looking at priority standards and skills, right? That will allow a student to be proficient in that grade level and that content area. So it's very important, especially in the transition years for like the the 5th grade and 6th grade teachers have those conversations, which we had in our focus schools and we'll continue to do in our families. Also the transition from middle to high school, having those conversations, and post-pandemic, I think it's even more important to find out what exactly do we want students to know at each grade level, right? So our PLC work, which is the foundation of everything we do, that first question is, what do we want students to know, right? And I think that's what we're talking about today. And that comes down to having teacher teams and educators coming together and discussing what is most important, what is most essential, die on the hill needed for that student in that grade level and in that content area to be successful or proficient or to learn at a high level. When those conversations are had between grade levels, it's pretty powerful, the things that are shared. And when we get aligned with our priority standards and our essential skills, we now have a roadmap to learning recovery. And that's where I would start, is having those conversations in a vertical grade level way to, again, come up with that roadmap of what's most important for students to learn. So then we can focus on the linchpin of all PLCs, which is common formative assessments. So we can answer the question, how will we know they know it? And then the last two questions is, what do we do when they don't get it? And what do we do when they do not? And that, again, starts to put into our systems when it comes to response intervention and a lot of the other work that we're doing now. So that's the whole spectrum of professional learning communities. And again, it starts with question one, is what do we want students to know? And we have to, again, collective teacher teams getting clarity and committing on what those are. And that is the roadmap to those other three questions. Without that foundation, it becomes very difficult and you kind of leave it up to luck of what the focus is. So that's the work that we've been doing.
Can I ask you this? How do you get best practices out to the masses?
Sure. So best practices, where that magic happens is in our professional learning time, right? And I think now with our new proficiency of Zoom and these other the technology ways of conference, we can do that, I think, at a faster pace and get more people involved. Before, when we came down to questions 3 and 4, what do we do when they don't, where they do, intervention and extension, we had a hard time getting together, finding the time. Can I get over to Bernice there? Can I get over to, the elementary school? Well, I think we could do that now quicker. And in our plans for professional learning in the future, we've had these discussions about how to do that and to come up again and have those discussions about what is the priority standards that we want to focus on. What are the essential skills, which we're talking about here and now, and then again, how do we know they know it, and then what are we going to do? And the magic happens through those collaborative conversations and those data discussions based on common assessments that, again, are based on the foundations that teacher teams collectively commit and decide on.
I just had I wanted to go back to the mission statement, which is to meet the challenges of a rapidly changing world, and then looking at the engaged citizen, right? Global awareness, cultural understanding, shows empathy and respect towards others. And we're looking towards the year and setting goals, and how do we want to accomplish that, right? And so we need to start looking at, like, how do we create a student that shows empathy and respect for others, but also has a cultural understanding of others. Getting an ethnic studies course at our high schools and looking at how we can do that, or even electives that start talking or engaging students in other cultures. I know many of us have taken different courses in high school that involved different cultural classes, and I was hoping that we could look towards moving our students in that direction. I just am curious of how the principals feel about that, of engaging students on more of a cultural level, taking cultural classes as part of their high school graduation.
Yeah, I mean, I can address that in terms of being a high school with 2 dual immersion.
Oh, perfect.
I think, yes, I think that all of us have moved towards a level of not just cultural acceptance, but cultural understanding and learning. And our language classes do a beautiful job of that. They teach culture too, right? And it's really about understanding that we're all different, and understanding and accepting and really appreciating our differences. And I think we do that through like Unity Weeks, where we have that. I think we do that through our language classes. I think that we get our students of different cultures out and being able to really showcase and demonstrate that. And then being able to take students to middle and elementary schools is so important because elementary students, obviously, and middle school students look up to high school students, but they also, it's so amazing for them to see themselves in some of those students. And so being able to see and bring students and being able to impact culture, school culture at elementary and middle school while also having engaged citizens. So I think it's kind of a multi thing. And I think my campus would be very supportive of a class like that because I think it's just kind of the fabric of Capo Valley High School.
Do you currently have that program where you take children from your high school and go down to middle school and elementary? And in what ways and how is that happening?
We like our ASB students will go and plan and do things at like Newhart, or we're working with our new Mandarin teacher. She'll be taking and doing Mandarin cultural celebrations with the feeder schools, right? So that it's one, although there's 3 different schools involved, it really is one program. And so being able to see that kind of articulation in action and be able to also ingrain all of the cultural things that are part of that, I think is the kind of thing that, you know, I'm referencing.
Is that once a year? Is that 20 times a year? Is that once a week?
It would be for the language immersion programs, it's multiple times a year based on like cultural celebrations or holidays. For like ASB students, they go, you know, multiple times a month.
Multiple times a month to each of the high schools or each
To
of the
the
middle school
elementary and middle schools, yes, to like plan games pre-pandemic now. It's not as exciting on Zoom.
Totally. Sounds great.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can I get some input? And I think this may be Genevieve's cue on civic engagement, possible program, because we're talking cultural, but I think there's also a civic engagement portion of this. And I know Lucy Coppola at Dana Hills has been researching the seal of civic engagement, and if that's something we want to look more into. So I'll give Genevieve an opportunity to tell us what she's working on.
And I'm going to give Genevieve a bigger intro. She's part of a Jenna group. That's amazing. And I did bring their civic engagement pledge for us to perhaps consider if we ever figure out what we're doing here this evening. So I'll toss it back to you, Genevieve. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, trustees. It's nice to be back. I'm really glad you brought up civic engagement because, you know, we haven't gotten to talk about it tonight yet. And I don't know if maybe that's part of the problem, but something that I've picked up on when leaving CUSD, getting to talk to people from all across the state, engaging in my advocacy work at Gen Up, is that students in other parts of California are much more civically engaged than students here at CUSD are. They've had a lot of opportunities that I never heard about. I got involved in the game pretty late compared to most of the people. And, you know, I'm part of this organization of fantastic students, and none of them live next to me because none of them are engaged in the same work I do. I was just lucky to find this community. I was lucky to have the opportunity to be student advisor to help springboard me into this kind of opportunity, but there's only one student advisor a year, right? And so something that I was developing with a lot of young people, some older than me, some younger than me, is this state seal of civic engagement that I think it's addendum number 2 is where Dr. Merwin has talked about it. The idea of that is to essentially prepare students to be more civically engaged, encourage it in the same way that we have that state seal by literacy. So I can speak from experience, from my own experience, and also when I was a high school student, that the political world, civically engaged, all of those things feel really unfriendly to a high school student, to a middle school student, because we can't vote. We don't feel like we have a voice, and we don't really know what other ways there are. And just like that state seal by literacy, the state seal of civic engagement is something that we put together to tell students it's okay. We want you to be civically engaged. We want you to get engaged in that. And as much as I don't like the term, it is a trickle down approach, right? As students who might want to pursue this state seal of civic engagement, it doesn't just stop there. Much like a seal of biliteracy might, as Trustee Bullock pointed out, when students get civically engaged, they bring the people in around them too. They tell their friends to get involved. If you start a voter registration drive, you need people to come around and hand out the voter registration signs. And that's what gets people inspired. That's what tells people I do have the chance. We pre-registered a lot of people when I did a voter registration drive in my senior year. People didn't know they could pre-register. I had to drive to Santa Ana to pick up 300 voter registration forms to make sure that that was something accessible for students. And so I was so excited to see this as a priority, and whether you guys are going to be revising these or whether it's going to be up to the principals, I really, really encourage you to please prioritize civic engagement. It's something that has changed my life. It has the opportunity to change other people's lives and to bring CUSD up to par with a lot of other California high school, middle school, elementary school districts. And like you all have been saying, the younger you start, the more friendly this feels, the less intimidating it feels. So as I said, State Seal of Civic Engagement is something I got to work on with the Secretary of State, Shirley Weber, and State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tony Thurman. We worked on that civic engagement pledge together as well, which incorporates some other ideas of engaging in student civic engagement beyond just that state seal, of encouraging supporting student voice, of encouraging political activism and providing those opportunities. So I hope you'll get the chance to take a look at that. But that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for prioritizing civic engagement in these policies. I'm really excited to see what it can make CUSD become.
I got a question or comment.
Come on up.
You know, I'm sorry.
We'll come up here.
Where do I go? Oh, right there.
Over there.
We won't bite.
It's fine. No, as a parent, I just want to say I'm glad the board sounds like you've got all the right things prioritized. When I looked at involved in civics, I think, you know, things are great when we have a standard civics course that's focused on what's government, what's the Constitution, what's the judicial thing. When I hear political activism, I get a little worried, okay? Registering people to vote, great. But if the whole point is to get people active politically, it seems like, you know, as a group, people are gonna go in one direction. And if you don't go in that direction, you might fail the class. That's what I'm worried about. So I think it's great to have standard civics courses, which is good, but requiring political activism is not good. All right.
So I thank the speaker, and I think, can we go ahead and switch to exhibit 1 since we've on this topic? And I think this could be something clear, delineated thing. We could actually actionable item that we could maybe look at. Can we switch gears and talk about the state seal of civic engagement? And how, if this is something that the board, like our seal of biliteracy, and I think to the speaker's comment, we would really articulate then what we're talking about for what it would look like. Is it a class? Is it like seal of biliteracy? So I'm pretty excited about this. I think this is learning to be a citizen and understanding what it means to be an engaged citizen. And they showed that this is ripple effects. The Harvard Institute, I think it's quite called Justice in Education, shows that civic engagement leads to so many other positive experiences and attributes for that student. So whoever wants to talk about this, I would love to just kind of segue into it, because I think we're asking here it says the coalition with board approval. So is that something we could do tonight?
Thank you very much, Trustee Hannah. Can I jump in quickly here? Thank you. And I tell you, this conversation is just music to my ears to hear us talking about these topics. And we could just go on all night, but I know we can't do that. So we're going to bring everything back. And let me just summarize too before we move on, because the competencies then, it sounds like we're ready to move into, okay, what are our priorities for 2021, 2022? Just to summarize then, am I hearing from trustees that with some minor modifications by our principals, that the competencies as they are listed, other than maybe changing proficient to exposure, and making sure skilled communicator has a strong emphasis or is prioritized. Am I hearing from trustees that we can then move forward and we as staff with principals can finalize these competencies as they're written?
I think there was a concern when you start numbering things, number one always sounds like, well, the most important. And I think we've all said that communication is the most important on the list. So I would add that to your adjustment.
Can we do pillars? Pillars, or is that a passé thing?
What is
You know, instead of, Judy brings up a good point about what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you start to ascribe importance to different ones. Could we do pillars, or is that from, there you go, Brad's got it, and that's colorful, that looks good, okay.
You see that what the principals could do for us?
Just out of his briefcase.
And quite honestly, they were not meant to be ranked. They were not meant to be that number one is the most important. So that's a very good distinction here to remove the numbers. We already have an outstanding acronym too, just as we've been here tonight. We have skilled communicator, understands the world, problem solver, engaged citizen, risk taker, makes super. So we're getting there. We'll work on it. Okay. We'll work with the principals on this. Okay. So if we're okay then to move forward with the, it's on the fly. We're working on it.
I have a question on.
Yes.
Okay, so and I'm having a little disconnect here, so maybe you can connect it for me. We've got our key competencies we're looking at. And then we have kind of a chart of district programs, services, and systems that are supposed to support that. And then we have current considerations, which looks like the things that you are proposing we support you on going forward. And I'm having a hard time connecting the dots to the 3 different pieces.
Happy to connect those for you. I apologize for the confusion. So the current considerations now is where we want to move to talk about our prioritized policies and initiative work for this next year. The programs that are listed in here are underway and moving forward. Staff is already implementing those. So that is just more of a recognition of the work that is underway. So we want to focus now on current considerations and ask trustees, based on the competencies that we've discussed tonight, what then are our priorities, knowing that we can't do everything. And we really want to focus our work on, could it be 1 or 2 key policy work or initiatives that we can focus on. We're knowing that foundational work is underway. So we're not talking about that. We're talking about then current considerations, help us focus. That's what we were then asking trustees.
You say 1 or 2 or 3, I say all 7.
Well, I to our speaker, our parent speaker tonight, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Kevin, thank you, Kevin. To Kevin's point, I have some concerns with having engaged citizen and what that looks like, and adding a state seal of civic engagement. And I'm all about standard civics courses, all about it. But I am also very concerned about adding political activism. That brings big concern for me. And I think that might bring big concern for many of our constituents. So I would like to spend some more time on this and go find out more about this state seal of civic engagement.
So I want to bifurcate the 2. The characteristics is where we're getting guidance from the board tonight. And then secondarily, nothing's been decided about the state seal of civic engagement. That would be the next step in the conversation. So if the majority of the board, for example, wants us to research and potentially implement the state seal of civic engagement, then that would then come back as the policy work this year. It would not be a decision tonight because the board can't take action at a workshop. You can give us guidance on the criteria, which it sounds like you did, that we're going to tweak it with principals. And then secondarily, we're going to have a conversation, the board again, coming to some kind of consensus about whether or not you want us to look at civic engagement, ethnic studies, the grading policy. What is like the top 1 or 2 things so that we're clear to bring back that policy agenda?
Well, so there's a couple things that I'd like to see our district focus on. One, the 6th grade wheel. I would really love to see in 6th grade that we teach AVID-like skills. I know we do not have the funds to add AVID across the board in middle school and high school, but we could add AVID-like skills in middle school and high school. And I think that would benefit our students as a vision for a CUSD graduate. I think if we could add that, I think that would be something that could incorporate and help our students moving forward. I'd like to discuss the health module during high school PE. I know we did that this year during COVID, and meeting state guidelines, we could have just that module be part of the PE part. And it would open up the high school schedules. And I'd love to hear from the 3 high school principals that are here on their thoughts on that. Have you guys discussed that? Is that something that you would like to see? You'd like to revisit that? I don't know. I think it might open up schedules, and with it being only a semester class, then there's always that for counselors, what do they do with the other half of that semester? Or the other, the other half of the year. So then the next is, I already talked about the elementary students and all through high school, but really focus on memorization and really have opportunities to present to their peers, to other classrooms, to, in all the different ways. And then I'd like to revisit the Healthy Kids Survey. We are a large enough district that we can rewrite our own Healthy Kids Survey that we could actually then work backwards from and utilize what we learn and then make the goals from there. And then I do have some concerns with the civic engagement.
Talk to that a little bit. We do have explore health competencies, health curriculum, and high school graduation policy under the review the health. That's one of the things which I agree we need to do. It's the 3rd bullet point on page 5. I agree with the healthy kids. I mean, with the AVID-like skills, I'm not sure how we implement that, but anyway, and civic engagement, I'm just going to recommend you review the state policy on that, because it really gives us. Okay, that's different. That's different than the state the CDE. Well, it could be, but the CDE state seal of civic engagement really gives each school district a lot of leeway on how they want to implement that. And a lot of, not a lot, but the people I've talked to about it have focused more on volunteerism than political activism. It's the kids that are already doing things in their communities, whether it's with a lot of our partnerships between our high schools and our elementary schools, that's part of civic engagement. Some of our, I'm involved with the Girl State program, which is American Legion Auxiliary, and that is perfect for civic engagement. So it's not a strict civics course because we cover that in government, which is required. I think that's kind of that's a requirement. But this is more of a, even down to the middle school level right now I think it's only Laguna Niguel, but it covers Niguel Hills and Aliso Viejo Middle School. They do a junior civics workshop in conjunction with the city of Laguna Niguel. And they meet once a month during the school year, and they cover different things on, here's what your city council does. Here's what Parks and Recreation does. Here's what the fire department does. Here's what the police department does. So they're getting a very, that's an early kind of civics organization. So I think I am excited about this. I would love to offer this. I don't want to make more work for staff. I don't want to create 6 more classes that kids have to take. But the way I read the CDE guidelines, we can kind of tailor this however we want, and we can tailor it for different, even the way it says whether it to meet your own school setting situations or your own community needs. We could include the GRIP program. We could include a lot of different things. So I'm excited to push forward with this. I'm not scared about the political activism. So I would like to see that as please investigate. If you come back and tell us we can't do this for under $2 million, I might change my mind, but
So what would it look like? Are we trying to add a bunch of classes? High school teachers, what can you speak on it? How,
So I
what?
think my understanding of it is that it is trying to create actively engaged students, citizens in their community, right? So like community service hours. And the criteria, I think, is.
Isn't that what don't we already do that? Don't we do that in middle school?
But it's an award you're getting at graduation. It's a seal you're getting on your diploma to say that you've met the requirements of the seal.
That sounds cool. It's an opportunity for another group of young people to have recognition for their passions. And we don't have enough of this. We have large high school campuses, and it's hard to create leadership. It's hard to recognize different opportunities. The Seal of Biliteracy was a great thing, and the students have exercised that opportunity quite a bit. So I'm with Martha. I'm a little bit depressed that failure to launch, that somehow something so amazing, because it was bundled in with this, when really what we really should be focusing on are the competencies. So I hope that this can come back with clarity and direction and really understanding what it is. And then we need to also be aware of if there are things in the future that might be more of a, what is the word? I had to write it down. Compliance, in the future. If ethnic study is going to be a compliance thing, we need to look at that and how we will roll that out. We have plenty of things in the state of California. So I want to table that. I don't want to talk about civic engagement right now until we get a chance to do it right. We need to do it right. Obviously, it's already been obscured of what this opportunity is. So can we come back around? Do you have enough for your support, your systems of support for your competencies? Or do we just give you so much? We're going to have like 20 of them. So.
Could we go back to the question about health? Can we hear from each of the three principals? We also have a speaker. If you'd like
No
to.
worries. I was gonna be the last record of sitting here, so it was okay. No, I did want to mention front, we're talking a lot about secondary and getting the graduate, but we also spoke a lot about most of our kids do start with us in kindergarten, pre-K even. So coming back to the elementary level and knowing where our kids are going, it comes back to that backwards planning. We have those kids for 6 years. We know those kids, we have their families, we have multiple siblings that come through our schools. We need a plan to get them through graduation. They're all vastly different that come through our walls. So when I look at these 5 items, I can't exactly tell you what the success indicators are going to look like for each student. I can't tell you in my own school, let alone the other elementary schools across the district. What I do know though is if I know that we are working on these 5 items all the way through graduation and we have a plan from elementary to middle school to high school, we will get them there. I know that if we're working in unity on this, then I'm going to know where my kids from Concordia, when they go to Shoreline, what I need to continue to work with them so they are successful to become. I know we looked at the motivated and goal-oriented. Fact is, in 5th grade, they're going to 1 class. I have to have them somewhat self-motivated and work on that skill because they're not going to have that support that we give them in elementary school. So yes, they may not be the most motivated, the most goal-oriented, but they have to have some sense of that when they are trying to get to 6 different classes on their own and they don't have a 5th grade teacher leading their way and someone who knows them since they were in kindergarten. I know we can't define every single item tonight, and we've gotten stuck on some of those items, but we do have to have some sort of direction for us to all work again in unity together, because at elementary, we have to know what gets them to 12th, at the end of 12th grade. We do a lot of, there's a vast difference between elementary and high school. The fact is that kids can fail when they're in high school. They have to get credits in order to graduate. We have to be aware of those skills necessary for them to be able to handle that and also know about that information. We've talked even in this room, the fact that we haven't talked about the exact credits and what a 4-year college looks like, what a 2-year college looks like, all of those different paths even that we're not even clear about in this world. And I'll have to be honest, at elementary, some of us don't know what those paths are either. We do know that we have to have kids that know how to find resources on their own as well, because they don't always have someone by their side leading that way. So I do have a sense of responsibility for my kids that start with me at 5 years old and leave me at 10 years old to make sure that we are hitting all these areas and that I have a relationship with my middle school and my high school to know that we're going to continue that path for those kids.
I think that's one of the things that we have talked about is those critical bridge years when like you say, 5th grade, they have one teacher, they go into a bigger school with 6 different teachers. And what do they need? What of these things do they need? And what supports do we need to give you to make sure your kids do that? Same with between middle school and high school.
And I agree. And that inspired leader, I know it's very general as it's written, but if we don't work on that, it's not about preparing my 5th grader and waiting until they're 10 years old. It's starting at kindergarten, knowing that they can walk to the big restroom. That is a skill on its own as an independent leader that they can do that by themselves. So we do start a lot of different things very, very young. And we didn't talk a lot about elementary and one of the questions up here was, how do we teach empathy? We start at elementary. We start that as soon as they come in with every conversation, whether it's using our 2nd step and our counselors, whether it's restorative practices, whether it's just a conversation on the playground, talking about differences and feelings and emotion. That's a lot of elementary school right there, is explicitly teaching empathy.
You know, a lot of words have been said tonight by people on this board, and I just do not think it is appropriate for us to be like wordsmithing this document that our leadership professionals have developed. You've heard what we had to say. I don't think that any one of these things, like, does this one go before that? Figure it out. Come back to us. I really just do not think it's appropriate for us to say, well, this word instead of that. You should do it.
I also love to see that, is this happening in our district often, that we have high school, middle school, and elementary principals gathering together to help discuss and navigate and figure out, is this all happening all the time? Okay, great. I love that. Thank you.
I have 2 comments. Maybe they'll be the closing ones. Yeah. I want to talk about something that hasn't been mentioned tonight and has been on my mind for years. Attitudes, behaviors, skill sets. I have seen time and time again, kids who graduate college who don't have life skills, who don't know how to balance a checkbook. Yeah, they probably know Venmo, but they just know the money's there, that mom and dad, got them that they can spend. They don't know how to really, because mom and dad are probably helping them fill out a college application, what's it going to cost? The things that, whether they go on to 4 years or whether they go on to a career or into the military, life skills, basic things that you need to know as soon as you graduate to survive. I mean, you're not going to teach them how to put gas in the tank, but there's just all kinds of life skills in terms of money, how the world works. And I don't really know of any one class that teaches life skills. And I dare to say, sometimes parents don't think about those kinds of things to teach their kids. And I know in having to fill out all that registration paperwork, and my kids go back in the fall, I gave it to them. I said, I'll sign, fill out. It is amazing. These kids in high school say, oh, well, what cell number do you want me to put down? What is it? And when you have to make them think about it. So if we're really talking about preparing our students, I'd like to see where life skills, what kind of class, how that can be introduced and helps these kids. And I mentioned balancing the checkbook, but I'm sure you can all think about all kinds, of ways that maybe you could think about that, in here somehow. And then lastly, page 4 of 5, rigorous and relevant courses. This is something I've been harping on for years. I hope this can be done in the family of schools. Please don't have a middle school have some great elective and then they don't get to grow in that when they get to high school because their high school, that's the family of schools, doesn't offer it. That we don't want a course to nowhere, but really pathways where they can then build upon their knowledge in whatever elective. And I know with my kids at Newhart, you had a teacher that was really great in sciences and STEM. And then when they got to high school, it was just natural to go into ATMS and to get involved. And I'd like to see that because I have done research and looking at our 12 middle schools, and there's a lot of just one-offs. And that's a lot of money too. And so, and sometimes it's because you got a teacher who knows that skill, but you really have to look at, as we are doing, the pathway for our students and what's best for the masses. So I think we've given you enough, and I thank you for your.
I'm just going to do a final comment really, because Judy brings up some good points. I think definitely keep it at the macro level with your points. And then I think filling in, whether it's life skills or whatever, some of these, when you create these soft skills, that'll come naturally. We probably can't train young people anymore of how money is going to work. It's changing rapidly. So, but if they know how to think through the processes, we're 1000% there because of what was mentioned earlier, training folks for jobs that do not exist. And this year, whole economies that won't exist. So I hopefully all of you, there's a lot of research out there as folks are actually, I'll be honest, are sending it to me in real time about this type of thing. So I know there's some great things and it's really at that macro level, and then we can fill in under there. So thank you.
And trustees, if I could bring you all back, just so we could summarize as far as direction from tonight from the majority of the board. And I know we haven't heard from everyone, do we have clear direction as far as what our highest priorities are to come back to all of you and to begin our work for next year? I just want to make sure that I'm clear as far as our next steps.
All 7 of them.
I think we lost the ball over there, so I think we're good. I think that's what we did.
So we're happy to come back with a recommendation of these things tied to the information. I know that the staff had questions about civic engagement and the health because many of you have very different ideas about what you want us to focus on. So we're happy to come back and say, this is what we're recommending as the focus based on this set of attributes and characteristics. But I just thought this was an important opportunity for the board to articulate those ideas, right, that come all year long so that we know what our focus is for next year. So if there's anything else anyone would like to say, otherwise we'll come back based on the feedback we heard in terms of policy work.
Is, just quick, is 7 too many to prioritize because you listed 7 current considerations, or is that something that you feel you could handle?
It's way too much. And that's why we wanted tonight to really hone and focus what it is you want us to work on. So if it's the civic engagement work or the health work or whatever that policy, grading, whatever that may be.
We didn't even discuss the middle school accelerated math pathways for students. And I would definitely say that that is very important that we. I'm sorry. Oh. Page 5 of 5, or bottom of 4 and 5.
These are current considerations, right, that have already come up. For many of you sitting up here, there are other ideas, right, that you have come up with during the 18 months of COVID to say, I really think our next step is to do this, or we really need to focus on this. And we know we can't do all of that. So if there's something that's not on this list or something that you've been thinking about, I mean, I heard Trustee Davis talk about 6 or 7 different things. A couple of you talk about ethnic studies. A couple of you talk about the civic engagement tied to the CDE guidelines, not the pledge. I think that's what we're looking for. If these are the ideas you want us to think about, then we would put resources to that particular work or not.
Can you explain a little bit more what the thought behind revisiting and reconsidering the grading policy?
Well, so grading and homework have come up quite a few times over the past few years, concerns about that and the board wanting to be able to weigh in from the policy level, how we're doing grading in this district. So at the end of the day, under Ed Code, teachers decide an individual grade, but boards set policy about how grading is done. Right? So I would imagine, again, we'd pull together a coalition and we'd have a collaborative process, and we'd come back with policy recommendations. But each one of those is a large piece of work. So we can't do it all. And so I think that's why we was looking to hone some of this work based on the vision of a CUSD graduate. What part do we bite off right now in terms of doing this work?
I'll go. For me, I would like to prioritize. Grading is a huge issue, and I think it needs to be looked at this year. So the civic engagement, it would be a priority. And I believe that we can't fulfill our mission statement if we don't engage our students culturally, and that would be developing as defined. We've already defined it in our cultural proficiency plan, is developing ethnic studies curriculum. So those would be priorities for me.
And I would say that definitely grades and developing the policies and practice for the rigorous courses. And review the middle school accelerated and math pathways and explore the health for high school graduation.
Question is, sorry.
No, I was gonna say, are we all gonna go through? I was gonna say, for me, it would be grades, especially since we talked about without an SAT and ACT potentially. I think we really need to make sure there's fair, equitable grading in high school. I think that's gonna become a huge issue. And then also rigorous courses, because colleges are gonna be looking at course load, right? And making sure everybody who wants it has access to those courses. So those are my two main ones that we have to, for right now. And they're all important, but that's where I would start.
So, go ahead, Keely. I didn't know if we were going down the dais.
It's my birth date. Okay.
I am not last.
Grades. Grades is first. And I want to talk about ethnic studies, but I want to make it clear that we are talking about an elective. I want to say ethnic studies elective, not curriculum. I mean, the class has to have curriculum, but want it to be an elective. And then the Running Start partnership. Those are I'm going to give you three.
So I'm going to be pretty simple. It's campus climate. If you have a positive school campus climate, students succeed. They're able to learn, they're able to focus, they feel safe, they feel welcome. It's the foundation for everything. And so any of these things that help with our campus climate, there's some of them you probably need procedurally, like grading, that we need to probably attend to. But at the end of the day, it is positive school campus climate that drives everything else. And if you don't have that, we can add all the crap we want onto your plate, and your schools won't function and the kids won't get through it. And it can be as fancy as we want. There are some things that we brought forth tonight that definitely will increase good campus climate. California Healthy Youth Survey, we need that for a barometer, an indicator. Civic engagement in whatever form is appropriate for our schools. We have to remember our school district, we might need to ease into things in as Genevieve knows, in a step-by-step way. I don't want to see any of these fall off, but hopefully somebody can figure out how to chunk them and put them into priorities. First, of course, running your schools, but to me, you do the best you can with your campus climate, and I know you all do. And if the rest of it is butter. I mean, the rest of it just falls into place. So that's what I feel for that.
I can't narrow it down. I want all 7.
Well, grades across the board, so that is definitely a part of it. And I agree about the rigorous and relevant courses. And there were 3 that mentioned that one. So those go on the top. And if you've taken notes, then we're there's a few with civic engagement and 2 with civic or ethnic studies.
So what we'll do is we'll bring back grading as the policy, because that's where the board is in agreement. And as we set goals, we'll look at some of these other priorities. I think at the August meeting, we set goals with the board. And so this conversation will continue, but for now, based on your guidance, we will revise the behaviors, attitudes, characteristics based on the feedback with our principal group. And then we will look to pulling together a guiding coalition around grades. I think that's it.
Do I have a motion to close the meeting? Do we not?
Yeah, you have to adjourn. It's a workshop.
So moved.
Yeah, this is early.
We're adjourned
So moved.
at 8:40, yeah, 49.
Thank you, trustees.